Good evening and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference and home of the Allen Institute for Human Rights. You can visit the Allen Institute for Human Rights at aihr.foundation. My name is Lily and I will be your hostess for the evening. The views and opinions that are expressed by our listeners are not necessarily the views of Targeted Massachusetts nor myself. It is the goal of this conference to be a place where people who are victims of organized stalking, electronic torture, mind control, and intimidation in all differing forms and from various sources can feel free to openly and safely discuss any of their concerns, their fears, strategies, hopes, and solutions for themselves, and to offer advice, support, and encouragement for one another. It is understood that some people may not always agree with one another. So let's start the call with the willingness to agree to disagree, keeping in mind that it is more important to support one another than it is for us to always be right. With that being said, welcome to the call. Happy Monday. It is hotter than a toasted cheeser here on the northeast coast. I think it reached like almost 100 today. So I know that's child's play for some of you guys, but not up here. Woohoo! We are toasty. Toasty. So I actually had to install it. Oh yes, I do. You know it, Chris. It's funny because because of environmental reasons, I had to buy a different style air conditioner. I no longer have the window style. I have the little portable ones, you know. I call them R2D2.
Yeah.
And they are awesome. And I had to install one tonight, a second one, because it just, one wasn't doing the trick. So we had to get a second one, which we did. And oh my gosh, thank goodness. Whoever invented them, woohoo! So, because I will like a flower in the heat. And I like heat, don't get me wrong, but I can do it at 97. So come on in. Hi, Ann from St. Louis and Corrupt State. Hi, Disseros by Cornice. Ooh, there's a name. Hi, Kim. Hi, Targeted. Hi, Name. And hello, Anonymous. And Mr. Frank in the house.
Can you hear me, Lily?
No.
I turned way down
Can't hear you at all. Can anybody hear him, or is it just me?
He's got no volume.
I'm sorry, Dice Soros by Cornice. Not sure who you are, but I'm really sorry. I think we've all had enough of this stuff, huh? Boy, oh boy. The brand of that air conditioner I bought is, oh gosh, it's, hold on, DeLonghi. I think that's how you say. I'll put it in the chat. DeLonghi. I think that's close to how you pronounce it. DeLonghi, yeah. So anyway. Let's see, who's just coming in? Hi, Fiona. Name, hi, Targeted. Hi, Hannah. So if anybody has anything they want to share, please do. Does it have any piping to the outside? Yes, it does. Is he asking me about my... Hold on. Is he asking me about my air conditioner's belongings?
He wants to know how to exhaust it out.
Yeah, I did.
The window.
You should see me, okay? It's really funny when I have to put something together. It's an event, you know? And thank goodness somebody smartened up with the cheat sheets for instructions, you know? Because I'm reading the manual, and then, you know, it's like with every computer, you get a book with it, and then you get like one page of follow number 1, number 2, you know, you follow the steps. So I appreciate the step guide. So the second one to install was much easier because I figured out how to do the first one, but I exhausted out with a big old pipe thingy, a bendy pipe. But yeah, thank goodness. Castco. Not to plug any names, but man, I appreciate me some Castco. And the air conditioner.
It's over 100 all summer here, but we grow all your fruits and vegetables. And yeah, the fruits, vegetables, trees, plants love the warm weather, so that's why we're the fruit bowl of America.
You sure are. That's right. Parts of just absolutely beautiful there. I've been to Cali twice, and I've been to LA region twice, and my uncle lives in Newhall, and it's parts of it are very, very beautiful. And then, what I didn't appreciate about it was it's so fast. So, I mean, it's like LA is such a fast city. It's like you would just step out onto the sidewalk, you have to like shift gears. You gotta like, even walking, it's like, I'm like, oh my gosh, these are the fastest people. They talk fast, eat fast, walk fast. You know, everything is super fast, it seems like to me, which is the California vibe I thought was always supposed to be really laid back, you know, and chill. But man, whoo, I was like, I just couldn't do it. You know, we'd go even to the touristy places. It was like, whoo, I don't know, I couldn't live there. But, we did tours of, like, I did the Getty, and we drove up parts of Route Pacific Coast Highway, we went and saw Catalina Island, and it was beautiful, for sure. It's weird, though, because the way the Pacific Coast is sloped off of California, it feels different. And I don't know if I'm sure some of you have seen both the Atlantic and the Pacific, and the way they slope and the way that they feel on the horizon, and I don't know if it's just me, it just feels so different. It feels like the Pacific kind of is down, like the horizon feels down to me. It's weird. I don't know how to describe it. But it sure is pretty. I sure wish we had some of your weather here, though, for sure, Chris. Wow, that would be lovely.
Oh, it's nice. We're fourth generation. My granny was born here in the 1800s.
Wow. Well, it sure has seen some big changes since then.
That was all orchards before.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But what's interesting is I was researching a long time ago when I was younger, partly because I was probably thinking I should run from the targeting. I did, instinctively. I thought maybe if I lived somewhere else, my life would get easier, So I started researching towns and cities from here from New England all the way to the West Coast and all the way south. And I picked some specific spots because I wanted 4 seasons, but I wanted access to the ocean at the same time. And there are actually parts of Northern California and Southern Oregon that meet that. You still get palm trees, but you still get mountains. And if you're inland a little bit, you can still go to the ocean. There are just parts there that are absolutely gorgeous. But you still get it's almost considered tropical. But I never ended up relocating, obviously. So.
I'm having ripe medium olives, bell olives from California, Corning, California.
Oh, I'm sure you must just be able to pull over those little side, farmer market little stands everywhere. I'm sure you must have those everywhere, right?
Oh yeah.
I would think there'd be a bounty.
In Lodi.
Oh, I'm sure. Bountiful.
We have 1.3 million almond trees and acres and almost 1 million wine grapes here.
Wow, I believe it. Yeah, my aunt.
California grows $6 billion worth of cannabis too a year.
Oh, I believe it. No shocker there, Chris.
Yeah, amazing. I saw that stat today. I was like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, my aunt that lives there, she was talking about the wine and the quality of the wine, and they're kind of, they're not snooty, but, they're kind of like the part of the family that you just kind of go, oh, hey, because they're kind of like, not wealthy, but almost wealthy. So,
I have them too.
Yeah, you're just kind of like, uh-huh. So, she was talking about all the wine, of course, because they've traveled the world and tasted all the wine, and she's like, oh, the California wine is considered superior to most places, actually, because she's willing to buy wine anywhere, but she always loves the California wines are her favorite. And she said that as far as quality goes or whatever, what are they? The sommeliers or whatever they're called. Did I butcher that word?
Right. You got it. No, perfectly.
Yeah. They love California wine, so I guess it's
and unfortunately, California is the most targeted. I get more targeting calls and people, and so we got all the good stuff. We're 1/5 of the economy of the world, but we're also the biggest in being targeted too. So it's unfortunate.
It's just a tragedy what they're doing, huh? It's just tragic.
Yeah, and I'm so happy those billboards went up because there's so many transhumanists and bioscientists and neuroscientists in the Bay Area. The new tech is coming, the brain hacking and augmentation and convergence and singularity. So it's all coming. And those signs are going to shock them to the core.
Yeah, if everybody only knew.
They'll know. It'll happen.
Yeah. Silicon Valley. And here's the thing.
Right, born and raised.
I thought you grow up and you just don't think you have to fear the intelligence agencies as being a target. You just don't think that is part of life. And when I was growing up, I always had that quiet fear of unscrupulous, or what do you call it? What's the word for that? Morally flexible scientists. Those are the guys that scared me.
Morally bankrupt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
the guys who would be willing, the guys who are willing to take humans, and once I understood DNA manipulation and those types of things, the concept of like chimera or whatever is so gross to me. It just makes my skin crawl. So, perverting life. It's perverting things. Anything, I swear, anything that humans touch, they pervert it. They think they're doing good, and they're not. And those morally bankrupt scientists are always been the guys that scared me. And now I have good reason. Well, I've had good reason for a long time, but...
Yeah, there's an article, an activist post today about convergence. So it's, part of the singularity, where they're going to make us all accessible to the internet through our brains and make us do everything through our brains. And people will probably buy into it because they won't have to carry a cell phone anymore, and people will pay to have their brain become biased. I predict it.
Yeah, that's what Dr. Duncan has been saying for years, but right along with you. But it's because they're going to market it, Chris. People are going to be gullible, and they're going to
absolutely.
It's going to be marketed unless this gets blown open, and then people understand it. But I think if people understood the concept of having their minds read by information being taken out and put in, and if they understood that concept, that there'd be no privacy, I don't know. I don't think they would appreciate it. Americans are slowly losing their privacy and having a fit about as it is, tracking cookies and the things they do know about. A lot of people, the majority of Americans, do not appreciate it, and the hacking and the life, the identity theft and,
intellectual property theft.
Exactly. So I don't know. I think it'd be interesting because a lot of people don't believe in transhumanism. They don't believe in the singularity and all those things. So, I don't. And partly, I think that's what these programs are for. Is they're designed to change, the belief system of people. So obviously, that's what they use us for.
Absolutely. It's a war weapon to change your enemy's beliefs.
Right. So they practice on us.
Yes,
and,
of course. Absolutely.
So I was listening to a video earlier today. It was, 101 videos you've seen the same that are very similar. You know what I mean? One of those but they just kind of changed the presentation of them. And it really made a good impression, or made me have a different way of looking at this. That this is really genuinely all about. It's a war, yes, but the weapons are really all about two things, and that is your perception. So it's your perception, and it's the environment that they're manipulating, the way you perceive it. So this is, I had to put it to words. This is why if I'm sitting in a park bench with my mom next to me and hanging out, and two people go by, and let's say they're doing something that would trigger me. It would be a commonality that I've seen in the past that would be typical of something we'd consider a gang stalking moment. My mother will see the exact same thing, and she will have no effect from that. It will not affect her. She won't see what I see, and she won't feel what I feel. And that's because the weapon system is hitting me and not her, and it's manipulating how I perceive what they're doing. So, and they're manipulating my frequency or my emotions. They're manipulating how I feel and perceive it. So it feels ugly. It feels scary. And it feels weird.
Do that to people around you to make you. They do that to people around us to make people hate us, too.
Yes, exactly. So it's all, they blanket. I think they have blanketed most, especially places like Chicago, where there's a lot of violence. I think there's a frequency of it's almost like, call it an emotion, or like The spirit of opposition. So they're instituting this opposition where it dampens the nice natural feeling of life. It doesn't.
Oh, we got.
Whoops. Okay, so we'll do one at a time.
Oh, no worry. Prince used to say that they'd spray the ghetto and they'd all go crazy and get angry. So they could do it with electronics and wave weapons. Sure.
Oh yeah. That's what absolutely. That's what they can actually think of it like a blanket, if you will, of EMF, and then they'll target a certain region, township, town. Region. They can actually send out entire blanket frequencies all over the earth. They can do that, and that's why some days you'll go to the store and everybody will be in a good mood, and then some days people are really bad drivers and they're really clumsy and really confused, and they can manipulate entire groups like that. That's why it's steering of populations. But anyway, so yeah, it's all about your perception, and it's all about the environment, how you perceive and how your body perceives it, you know. But anybody else want to talk, please push *6. We had a lot of feedback going on. I wasn't sure what was going on. So if anybody wants to talk, please do. Join the convo.
Oh, hi, it's Deb from Winnipeg. How are you doing?
Hi, Deb from Winnipeg. We're doing well. Good.
I just came on a bit.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. I was listening to a minister Sunday on TV, and he was talking about the book Brave New World. Now, I think I must have read it years ago, but I'd forgotten all about it, and he was talking about it and how a lot of the things are coming true that were in Brave New World. And I'm going to get the book out from the library. I'm going to read it again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Have you read that book, Brave New World?
By Huxley, right? Aldous Huxley.
Yeah, Aldous Huxley, yeah.
Aldous, yes. I laugh because I may have in college, because I had a vast reading list, but I have forgotten, because of this.
Yeah, I've forgotten all about it too. So
I've forgotten so much of what I learned in college. But I read some good books in school and on my own too. I used to do a lot more reading than I do now. So yeah.
So I'm gonna get it out. I've got so much to read. I started because now that I know, I knew this years ago, but now I know the truth that I can't trust the mainstream newspapers for the truth. So I had subscribing to another newspaper. I've got about 10 copies here of different, it was coming once a week. I haven't had time to look at it, You can be inundated with all this information. So I said, so when the subscription was for 3 months, I said, no more. I said, I'd love to get it. It's so interesting, but I haven't even read the papers that I've gotten already. But I do want to say, there was a time not that long ago, about 4 or 5 years ago. Well, anyway, I didn't even want to, before I knew that this was going on about targeted individuals and all this stuff, I didn't even want to watch the news because it all seemed so negative, and it was, all horrible, people dying. It was just so negative. I just thought, I have enough of my own problems. And I thought, if I start listening to that, I won't be able to sleep at night. So I was really overprotective of myself. Mm-hmm. And the funny thing happened before I became a TI. I know a neighbor would say, a tenant, she would say something that has happened in the world, and I wouldn't know anything about it. She said, don't you listen to the news? And then I thought, I better at least know what's going on, these big things. So I started listening to the news just so I would be, knowledgeable, be able to talk to other people about it. And a funny thing happened that I hadn't expected. It got me out of self-pity, because when I heard what was going on with other people, a lot of things worse than me, it's terrible, but it stopped me from feeling so sorry for myself. And I'm realizing a lot of people have it very difficult. And I was able to sleep at night, not if I listen to the news too much or read all this negative stuff too much. It can get too depressing and it affects me. But when I make myself knowledgeable, it got me. I was sort of in my own little world, I guess that's what I want to say. And listening now, and then when I started becoming a TI, I really became knowledgeable about things I didn't know were going on.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm saying is, it feels worse to, maybe a lot of people, the way I was, it's I knew bad things were happening, but as long as they didn't happen to me, it's I didn't want to go there. Life was hard enough. But I'm finding if I keep my head in the sand, that doesn't make me feel any better. What is making me feel better is to get educated about this stuff, but also getting to the point where I know what's going on and yet not being overcome with fear. Getting to the point where I know this stuff is going on, but I have the faith enough in a loving higher power and that I'm doing what I can, and I'm still going to be able to sleep at night. You know what I'm trying to say? Knowing this stuff is going on and not leading a sheltered life. The more sheltered life I was living, the more it weakened me. Weakened me because I had to do less and less because
we need more intense.
What's that?
This is not help. This is too lighthearted for people that are being politically persecuted. We need some. There's political persecution going on. I feel like I'm listening to a Hallmark channel.
Well, you know what? This is a free call, and people are welcome to discuss how they perceive their life going on. And
yeah, I mean, we're going through some serious political persecution, and she's talking about she's glad she doesn't go through the same thing that other people are going through. We need people here that are willing to really get to the real nitty gritty, because political persecution is no joke. No joke when you have no rights whatsoever and can be violated and dehumanized over and over and over again, the most atrocious, heinous, most nefarious ways.
Right, and it's not that I don't agree with that.
She literally sounds like a Hallmark commercial compared to what we're all going through.
Well, that's your perception, and she's allowed to speak about how she feels.
I understand, but we need some serious help here. That's very lightweight. We need some heavyweight help, like that Kathy Meadows kind of help.
Kathy, so this call is a call that is safe for anybody and everyone to give their opinion. I love hearing from Winnipeg, and she's welcome to come on this call and discuss exactly how she feels, because you know what? I get it. I know how she's trying to live her life every single day, and watching the news I decided 4 years ago I wasn't watching TV anymore for the same exact reason, because it's too stressful. And I don't need anybody else's stress from any fictional TV character. I've got enough of my own stress from being persecuted, and I think that's what she's saying.
Yeah, we're being persecuted, and she's talking about, I'm glad I'm not suffering like others. No, well, let's get to somebody who's really suffering so we can really alleviate and be more a part of the solution instead of just
suffering. That is the way she is talking about her suffering, ma'am. That is how she is handling it. So
she said specifically. She specifically said.
Winnipeg, are you still there? Can she let her finish?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'm listening to her. Yeah. I agree in a way.
Yeah, people are really being politically persecuted right now. Suicide rates are 200% right now.
Yeah, well, the 200%. Listen, ma'am. I don't know how often do you come on this call?
Not very often, but because I need Kathy Meadows type of solutions here. We need to be solution oriented.
Hey, Kathy Meadows has a website. You're welcome to go to Kathy Meadows' website.
I know. That's what I'm saying. These are what people need to know about. People need to know that there's help out here. Kathy Meadows, everyone. Get Legal Shield. Get Kathy Meadows. Get real whistleblower support, guys, because this is a hallmark channel on this show. You guys need real solutions. That these people are suicide rates are too high.
I'm glad we're a Hallmark channel.
Welcome to the Hallmark channel.
You know?
Welcome to the Hallmark channel.
You know what,
Thank
guys?
you for joining me.
Yeah, really.
Actually,
It is the Hallmark channel compared to people are really suffering right now. Suicide rate is too high. So you guys,
ma'am, you're just not here when I throw down. That's all. I know how to throw down, and I'm not throwing down.
We need to throw down every night. We need to throw down every night. We can't be half-assing this. They're not half-assing us. Let's not half-ass them. They're not half-assing us.
Yeah,
they're not half-assing us. And suicide rates are 200% right now, and we're listening to a Hallmark commercial version. We need the real version.
Excuse me, but there's 2 other calls on Monday night.
Yesterday I felt suicidal.
Yeah, suicide rates are 200%. Suicide rates are 200%, and she's talking about, I'm glad I'm not suffering like others.
Hold on, Chris. Okay, now listen. We're all too well aware of how much the suicides are occurring. We're aware of how much suffering there is. We get on these calls because we need to be able to talk. Not necessarily every single time, and the call's just getting started up, about throwing down. Now, if you had been here before, you would realize that we do at times throw down about the situation. I've been a target for 28 years of extreme torture. You don't need to tell me how I need to behave or how much I need to do this or that or the other. We are solution driven, and we are a safe place for people to talk about anything they want without censorship from anybody.
She literally said, I'm glad I'm not suffering like others. Those were her exact words. I'm glad I'm not suffering as much as others. Well, let's get to the ones who are suffering. Let's get to the ones who are really suffering then, since she already deliberately said, I'm glad I'm not suffering as much as others. Let's get to the ones who are suffering.
I'm so angry. I am sorry you are suffering as bad as you are, but you are misunderstanding.
Oh, I'm not suffering anymore. I have solutions thanks to Kathy Meadows. I have solutions. That's why I want that for others. I actually want solutions for others, not a Hallmark commercial. They deserve better. They deserve better. Suicide rates are too high for you to say, I'm glad I'm not suffering like others. Suicide rates are way too high.
She was referring to other people that have it really bad. She's talking about the people who want to kill themselves. She was having empathy for them. She was having empathy.
She said, I'm glad. She literally said, those are her words verbatim. She literally said, I'm glad I'm not suffering as much as those were her words verbatim.
You know what, ma'am? I have hired Kathy Meadows. I know Kathy. And there's a lot of people that can't afford to hire Kathy Meadows.
Well, she's worth it if you work out a payment plan. She is worth it if you work out a payment plan.
But there are some people.
She is worth the help.
So, you know, you have your solution, and I'm glad you have found your solution. And I love Kathy. She's a very nice lady, and she's an awesome advocate for targeted individuals. But this call. That's going to be my disclaimer.
And
this woman from Canada is welcome to discuss how she perceives her life.
To say I am glad I'm not suffering like others is a huge insult to people being politically persecuted like we are.
You are finding fault with absolutely everything people are saying.
No, I've never been on these calls in a long time. I haven't been on these calls in a long time, and I noticed that the calls are the same. The calls are the same from 20 years ago. Why is that? People are talking about the same thing they were talking about 20 years ago.
Yep.
Let's get to a solution instead of going around on we're on a hamster wheel. Nobody's getting any solutions.
What's your idea then? What's your big solution? Because
that's what I'm saying.
For 28 years, I've hired Kathy Meadows.
Tell me right now.
And
tell me what to do.
Yeah.
What to do.
Yeah. What can we do? What's your big idea? Oh, we're all.
You guys can get Legal Shield. There are nonprofits. There are nonprofits that can help us. We all need to use.
We are a nonprofit.
Give me a break.
We are a nonprofit. Hello?
Oh, you all are a nonprofit, but what Targeted Justice is actually giving you information you could use. Can I say something?
Then go enjoy Targeted Justice. Excuse me, ma'am, you've taken up enough of our time. There are other people here who would like to speak now. So have a good evening. Okay, the floor is open for anybody who would like to discuss anything about how they feel tonight.
I'm glad I'm not suffering like other people, though. She literally said I'm not suffering as much as others.
And I'm glad that she isn't suffering as horribly as some other people. That's right. That's what she said.
Oh, I'm glad I'm not suffering anymore either, thanks to Kathy Meadows. I see a big difference.
Have a good evening.
Yes, you guys are counterfeits. You're counterfeits.
Okay, have a good evening now, ma'am.
Yes, you're a counterfeit. You're a counterfeit.
I'm a counterfeit. Okay.
Yes, you definitely are. You're definitely a counterfeit. Yes, you are.
You need to leave this call then,
I'm a customer of Kathy Meadows.
Yes.
I'm a customer of Kathy Meadows. How am I counterfeit if I've known her since 2015?
Anybody can say anything.
Anybody can say anything.
How am I counterfeit if I've known her since 2015 and worked with her? Explain that.
And your life has gotten better. Hasn't your life gotten better since you've been paying her?
No.
Okay, well I have heard other people say different. I've heard other people say different.
Okay,
so I know that.
Ma'am,
y'all talking about the same. No, y'all are talking about the same thing from 20 years ago. Why do the calls all sound the same from 20 years ago? Right, counterfeits.
Oh, okay. Goodbye then. You better leave.
The calls all sound the same from 20 years ago. The calls still sound the same. No solutions. No solutions.
Bye-bye. And you don't have any.
Yes,
either.
no solutions. No solutions. Yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, no, you don't. Bye-bye. I'm sorry about that, guys. Woo! Get me going. She doesn't want to get me going.
Woo! I'm more excited than a hillbilly at the lottery counter. And no, I'm kidding. Anyway.
Oh, my word.
Well, it's Deborah. I know we all have different personalities, but I'm trying to be grateful. I'm not glad to see anybody suffer, but I'm just trying to practice being grateful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Gratitude is very spiritual, and I don't like seeing anybody suffer. I'm just trying to practice gratitude.
We don't want you to suffer either. Is the
right.
point. We're all too well aware of the suffering. No targeted individual has it easy. No targeted individual doesn't suffer. Extreme suffering. In fact, I believe we're the most suffering, tortured humans on the planet. So, obviously. Yeah. Let's just be focused, and we're solution driven, and just because I'm not exuding anger, and I won't. I do in my own way, and this is supposed to be a supportive call. So
and you do a wonderful job.
Oh,
you do.
Thank you, Deb.
And not everybody could do it. Not everybody could do your job. You deserve a lot of credit.
Well, thank you. I just try. I do my best to try to be positive and upbuilding and strong, because I get targeted every single day like everybody else. I burn almost every single day like everybody else. Okay? I have water pour out of me like you never, ever could imagine. And so anyway.
Yeah.
This life isn't easy. And for anybody to say I'm a counterfeit because I'm not screaming at the top of my lungs like an idiot all day long. I used to do that. I used to waste a lot of energy. And
it doesn't get you anywhere. It makes things worse.
You have to control your energy, and you have to. You're right. You have to try to remain positive in such a horrible situation.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Hi. Please do. Deb, thanks for chatting. Yes, please do, Fiona. Hi. Welcome to the call.
Hi. Thanks so much. I've been listening, and I I've been on here before, and what I've noticed, I've been a targeted individual for 10 years, and it's rough. It doesn't get any easier, and I certainly can sort of have compassion for both sides. You know, it's like sometimes it's like, oh my God, like I'm dying here. And what I've noticed is just the sabotage coming in with support groups and with legitimate targeted individuals. I find anytime people are trying to support people, it's sabotaged. And I think some people, I think a small percentage of people might be mentally ill and are like, I'm a targeted individual or whatever. But I think that's a very small percentage. I think a large percentage of this is actually sabotaged by the people, you know, .gov people that are stalking us and whatnot, and trying to sabotage support groups. And not by any means am I accusing anybody of on this call trying to sabotage anything, but I've just noticed that a lot. Like, you know, you're talking about last time I was on this, we were talking about activism, and then, you know, someone comes on and they're talking about stuff, and I'm like, oh, I can't, you know, I've been a targeted individual for 10 years. I'm pretty familiar with this program, and it doesn't seem like that's part of this program, and everyone is so comforting, but I just do think that we do need to be aware that this is a support group, and this makes us strong, and this makes us survive, and there are people trying to sabotage that, and it's like, I'm dying here, man, I can't quite relate to what you're saying, because I'm just glad that I made it through today, and I'm not incarcerated, or I didn't get a psychiatric 72 hold, you know, and I made it through another day, and, you know, it's been 10 years, and it just gets, you know, some days it doesn't get easier, it gets worse, and
so Fiona, welcome. First of all, welcome to the call. The second thing I want to just share with you is one of my goals. First of all, if I was a counterfeit, Frank Allen has vetted me, so he wouldn't let me be I'm the moderator on Mondays for Target Massachusetts.
Oh,
and you know, that kind of thing. So I'm an authentic TI. I've been an TI for a very, very long time, and here's my point. On this call, what I'm trying to do is I'm deeply embedded in research and understanding exactly what they're up to, and I'll do it from any source or resource. And I am trying to really understand. I don't have the brain to understand the science behind how they do the technology, but by gosh, I'm into how it affects people and what the trickery is, and the deeper meaning as to why they're doing it. And so with me, what I'm trying to do is trying to debunk the power that forces us. It used to force me to try to act out so I didn't get incarcerated, or, you know, act out and get 72-hour hold, that kind of thing. And the way I started improving, was by understanding what the trickery is all about. Why are they manipulating my perception so that I misinterpret everything as a threat? As everybody's a threat, everybody has a spirit of opposition, they're opposing me, I can't succeed, they're messing with me at my job, and they gang stalk me, or whatever it is that's going on and believe me, I was taking 1 minute just to get through there were days I would just do everything just to get through minute by minute. So on this call, what I'm trying to do is, because I've recognized that the most educated scientists, whistleblowers, that were former employees of these agencies haven't even they've gotten places. I mean, they've opened eyes to many, many people, but they still haven't gotten acknowledgement from the general population. And if they're not gonna, I'm not gonna. So where's the best place we can do this. So Fiona, you're welcome to come here, because what my job is to debunk the programming. And once you have debunked it in your mind and you understand what's really happening, it doesn't hold as much power over you as an individual. To really understand that all they're trying to do is practice making you hate people or yourself, so that they can later go do that to somebody that they hate, and that they treat us like we're test subjects. If you can debunk that and not take it, obviously we all take it personally, but they might view us as a science project, then that takes away the power of what they try to convince me of. They aren't God. These voice of God weapons aren't God, and so therefore their opinion has no power over me. So anything they suggest or force other people to suggest to me is not worth my getting upset, or not worth my getting Baker acted for, or going into jail for, and you know what? I learned a trick. Just debunk it and say, okay, if you're going to manipulate my own children, then I am going to still love my children, but I'm going to take my emotions and I'm going to detach the power they have to manipulate me, and recognize that my child's not in his right mind right now because he's being manipulated to say those terrible things, or it's my mind perceiving him wrong. That takes the power away from the program over me. And that's what I'm trying to educate people to do, so that they understand it's manipulation. And even though it hurts and it sucks the life out of us, So I do commiserate with everyone. Believe me, this is horrifying. But at the same time, we've got to find a way to not let them tear us all apart. Or a way to support you, Fiona, so that you don't feel like you want to punch somebody in the face. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. I know that they're terrified of us, because I'm the same. I've lasted in this program for 10 years because I am spiritual, and I've been able to just, at first I didn't know what was going on, but I've been, probably like a lot of us, been following targeted justice, which I'm sure he talks a lot about, and I just know that they're trying to sabotage him, and I'm sure that there's people that appear legitimate, and if that court case ever does get to court, like he says, they're going to sabotage it and come across as totally mentally ill. And so, as we all know, exactly what you're doing is what they're terrified of, because that's how we get power, and by not being mentally ill and by not being incarcerated, that's how we can take down this program.
Yeah.
And I thank you. I never in my mind did I ever think that you weren't, that this wasn't legitimate, and that the people on here aren't legitimate. I just know that what you're doing is so powerful, and all of us here are very powerful. We're very religious or spiritual. We have something, because most of us don't last. And I just wanted to vent that. So thank you so much for what you're doing.
Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, and I hope you come back, And believe me, I try to make this more than just, than account, whatever. Like, everybody just has a right to come on here and unload. That woman, she had a right to unload, but the minute she starts smearing other people or saying it's not enough, and she's not happy here, then go elsewhere. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, we've just been through so much. It's like, I can't even believe it. If someone told me 10 years ago, you're going to go through this and this and this, and not be incarcerated or not in a mental institute, I wouldn't believe them. I mean, I can't believe that I've been through what I've been through. Everybody thinks you're crazy, or everybody turns their back on you. I've lost, like everyone, relationships, friends, family. My family just tolerates me, but they're like, she's crazy. They tolerate me, and that's all I have. And
so sorry, it's so hurtful.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
so
I'm not.
Hurtful.
I know, and we're all the same. And so when you can't quite identify with someone's story, it's I don't know. You know, I know that what you're doing is very powerful, because this is us coming together and getting power and not being alone and knowing that we're not crazy. And you know, you've been gaslighting. I mean, they've been coming in my house, you know, it seems like 5-6 days a week for 10 years, gaslighting you. And the gaslighting's insane, you know, and so everyone's calling you crazy for 10 years. It's a lot.
You know. Yeah, and you know, it's an art form, Fiona, to be able to experience what we experience on a daily basis and not speak about it. It's an art form. You have to learn to separate what they're doing to you from your perception, right? Which is almost impossible, it seems. And things didn't get better for me until I started doing some regular shielding, and that helped a lot. It didn't stop the targeting, obviously, but it stopped some of the effect, the strength it had, and I could bust through and start thinking on my own a little bit more clearly. But because of that, I'm able to moderate on a Monday. You know, there were times I couldn't even speak. You know, and I didn't. I mean, I was super enmeshed with my family members because I'm one of 5 children, and we were always very close. And come to find out, they are side targets. They're not directly targeted, but they are certainly manipulated. My whole family has been. And they have compassion for all of this, and they believe it, sort of. They just don't understand it, and there's a difference. They don't doubt anything like this could happen. But I actually went through a phase where I didn't talk to them for 5 years. I was alone for 5 years over this. And my children don't have respect for me because of what the programming does to their minds. It teaches them to kind of like not like me or oppose their own mother, so that will hurt me and manipulate me. And I said, I'm not going to allow my children to hurt me anymore with their behavior. It just comes out as a disrespect, you know, especially my eldest, and he doesn't even realize it because it's almost like an extreme, which tells me it's fake. And, you know, what they do to us is synthetic emotion, synthetic reaction, and then our perception is enhanced and amplified synthetically. So nothing feels real, it feels amplified, you know, because that's the goal, is to just use these weapon systems on our minds, so they can learn how to, how do you say that? So they can learn how to create hardship in a person, to disable their mind and their quality of life, in a way, I guess you could look at it that way, emotionally cripple us, because that's what they want to do in the long run to people that they don't like or they want to control. And this is nothing new at all. So Fiona, do you have a support system at all? Do you have people that you can go to that you trust?
No,
I mean, meaning no.
No, I don't. They were mind controlling everyone around me, except for this one guy. And I thought, oh, he's I'm like, why aren't they mind controlling this one friend? And it turned out he was roofing me and molesting me for 6 years. And so I'm you know, it's like.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, hon. He what?
Yeah, so it's typical of the program. I didn't have anyone. Everyone around me is mind controlled, except for this one friend. And I trusted the friend, and I just couldn't believe that they weren't I was like, why is this friend like normal? He's the only one normal, the only one that didn't seem like he was stalking me. So it was early enough in the targeting. And he ended up roofing me and molesting me and sexually assaulting me for 6 years. So I'm just coming. Yeah, so when this woman speaks of a Hallmark commercial, you know, I mean, I'm a woman and I know this is very common in this program, sexual assault. And I'm like, oh, I should have been smarter. You know, he was the only one that wasn't mind control. He was the only one that was like normal. He was the only one that didn't seem like he was stalking me. And I just thought he was a friend. And so I'm coming off that, and you know, now I'm going to talk to someone, a professional, about it. But again, you can't tell them anything about why I was in this weird situation. I never would have been hanging out with him at all. I couldn't talk to anyone. So it's, you know, I can kind of relate to the woman that said this is a Hallmark commercial, because, you know, this is no joke, and I'm not, and I know. So I'm going to speak to a professional about the sexual assault. But again, I can't explain that I'm in this program and why was I hanging out with this person to begin with. So, you know, it's not a joke. They're really trying to get you to, you know, commit a crime, or, you know, whatever, or be institutionalized in a mental institute. But yeah, as we all know, this program is not a joke. So I have no one.
Wow, you're welcome here anytime, and I'm really sorry to hear that your friend that you trusted did that to you. You know, there's no excuse for that, target or not, right? If he was or not.
Well,
whether he was, you know, that was his choice. And have you thought about pressing charges at all? Is there a way to prove it?
Yeah, I'm just within this context of the program, and I'm just thinking he's going to deny it. You're going to be called crazy, and my only goal right now is to not be called crazy, and to not be incarcerated, and then try to get evidence, which seems almost impossible with this program. But I know that, you know, if it wasn't him, then it would have been something else. Either they're coming in and putting roofies in the water, or you know, he happened to be convenient because he was somehow happened to be in one of my, he was in the social circle of a sport that I'm interested in, and so they were able to use him that way. So I completely see it within the targeting program. And if it wasn't him, it would have been somebody else, I think, because I know that sexual assault is so common with female victims of this program. So I'm not going to press charges or anything. I'm just so afraid of being called crazy. He's going to deny it. I mean, obviously he's mentally ill. If you're sexually assaulting women, you're mentally ill. And he was using roofies and everything. So, like I said, I'm talking to a therapist, and I'm not mentioning anything.
I'm really glad you haven't. No, right. Yeah. And I'm really sorry that that happened to you, Fiona. That was just horrible.
Yeah, I see it as part and parcel of this program. If I wasn't in this program, I never would have been hanging out with that guy. I was so alone, and it's just, yeah. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean on my thing.
It's okay. Listen, Lily, I know you're going to start reading, but I just want to say one thing to Fiona. I appreciate you sharing your story so honestly. But I want to just advise you, the way this program also goes is that the more often you say what you fear, the more often they will trigger that fear, and the more often they will give you evidence of that fear. I'm saying you've got there's a lot of neuro-linguistics involved, and what you're saying repeatedly is going to become an algorithm, or already has. So you need to try to modify how you express your fears or even acknowledge them, because that's what they can try to manifest for you exactly as you say it. So that is so really important advice, not just for you, because you're, being honest. It's for anybody who gets on the calls and verbalizes and makes it known what their vulnerabilities are. So just a little piece from another long timer, in defense of mind control and all that. Defense against mind control. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay,
I feel like I've taken up a lot of time here. Okay, thank you.
No, that was just an important point for everyone to hear. And thanks for bringing it up.
Thank you.
Hey, I got to just take a break real quick. Keep talking, folks. I'll be back in 2 shakes.
Wait, are you talking to me? I think she was just asking me to keep the call going. I'm not sure.
I feel like I've taken up so much time. I just would like other people to share, or I feel like I've taken up too much time.
Yeah.
Would
No, you
want?
didn't. I heard you say that. Yeah. Anybody else want to share before Lily comes back and reads the book? This is Sue Maya. If you don't know me, I've run calls for a long time.
Okay.
Does anybody else have
something
they want to share? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, me?
Anybody?
Yeah. Okay, good.
So, any shielding solutions? Any nutritional advice somebody want to share tonight? We're just waiting for Lily to come back. I'm starting a little experiment with MSM for, overall health, and supposedly a very strong antioxidant, neutralizes a lot of chemicals and helps you to build your cells, regenerate. That's MSM. I can't really pronounce the whole word. It's methyl sulfate something or other. It's actually pretty natural. So everybody else is just chatting away, but I guess they're not hearing us. Anybody want to share?
I think many TIs are just at different places these days. They're vibrating in different areas or interests. Mm-hmm. So finding something common to share is challenging. I see it. No, seriously, I see a separation of layers.
I understand. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Truly.
difficult to get together on larger calls because we're all in different modes. We're all in different areas. Nothing wrong with that. We're just being. So, good evening, everybody. From beautiful Vancouver, where it rained a couple of days, but today's pretty nice.
Oh, that's good.
It's sunny down blue skies.
Good
The fresh
evening.
green of the leaves. Oh, hi, Silva. Hi. And, oh yeah. Always getting back to decompress in nature is a plus. You can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I highly recommend it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got out and about today a little bit. I heard the gas prices were going up, so I went and topped off my gas tank. And it had already gone up 11 cents since 3 days ago. So, thought I'd top up, get out in the air, take care of some errands. Lonnie said that gas up in Washington was $3.59. I don't know what it is in Vancouver. It's probably up there, pretty high.
Yeah, our fuel is pretty
Hi,
expensive.
everyone. From Ventura. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on you.
No, that's all right. Good evening. Welcome to the call. You get your popcorn?
You. My popcorn. Only my digital popcorn. I'm on a diet. But I don't know. I was watching Australian Sky News, a clip about Julian Assange's father. And 30 seconds into the video I saw on YouTube of them interviewing, Julian Assange's dad, he mentioned no-touch torture. He said his son is not faring very well because, I think he's, being subjected to what we've experienced. And I thought that was interesting. And I'm going to look through my links and see if I can post that in the chat. So I think Julian Assange is unfortunately being cyber tortured. Hello?
Hi there. Thank you for sharing. That's wonderful. I think many people within the correction facility or that system of confinement, as they call prisons for profit, are involuntary experimented on or just hit for fun. It's just part of the it's part of the distortion, I call it, part of the fractal that is completely devoid of love. But anyway, maybe that's for another call.
Yeah. Thanks for letting
sharing.
me know about that. I'm kind of
Julian Assange, he's a hero. He should be vindicated and given millions and then supported. But unfortunately, I'm not political, so I can't comment. But from a heart-based point of view, he's innocent and he's a noble soul. So
he took a lot of risks putting all that information out. Before the censorship cracked down.
Yeah, we don't
I
have.
remember him posting. A tweet that's something about have a few let's look here for telepathic interrogation. And after I experienced similar to what you described, it really resonated with me. So I just thought that was interesting. But thank you.
Okay, well, this is the part of the show where we're going to transition now to the picking up of where we left off in the book Project Soulcatcher. We read it every Monday, somewhere around 10 to 11 for about an hour. And we left off on page 174. And go ahead and figure out how to get there here. Oh, don't freak out, computer. Thank you for being patient with me while I fight with my computer here. Okay, we left off at 174. So, false confessions. Oops. False confessions for staged courts and media events. And feel free to interrupt at any time you feel like it. Please star 6, because I can't retouch the muted button to mute everybody because my computer goes kooky. So feel free to interrupt if you don't understand something, or if you have any questions that you'd like to ask, please feel free to do so. False confessions for staged courts and media events. False confessions are only one tool for false flag operations and misdirection. The opposite is also true. The NSA director said about the whistleblowers of the illegal NSA spying trials on Americans that they are just crazy. The spying turned out to be true against American laws. This statement is really more of a threat than a discrediting tactic. Many people get menticized after speaking out about a government agency's or officials' misconduct or criminal activity. The targets to be quieted often call it electronic harassment, but it eventually leads to torture, disablement, and early death. It is much more serious than the euphemism of harassment makes one to believe. The footnote is reminder that to the reader that menticide means killing of the mind. But just as useful is the more difficult task of making innocent people confess to crimes that they didn't commit. The Soviets demonstrated this capability on primetime television back in the early 1900s. Like zombies, 3 innocent people confessed to crimes which they were not capable of nor present. The U.S. took notice. Gathering the practices of brainwashing and mind control from spies in Germany and Soviet Union, the U.S. found similar usefulness in manipulation of media events, especially the court systems. Indirection ensures plausible deniability by intelligence agencies and the Department of Defense. Altering other people's minds is still mostly disbelieved by the general naive public. False flag operations are also used to create defectors. By torturing a person of interest remotely in another country, the person will sometimes try to defect to a different country for protection. Brainwashing. Brainwashing is the specific goal of erasing memory, changing loyal affinities, splitting personalities, and creating obedient agents. The term is often misused in colloquial speech as meaning programming of a target mind. Programming is part of mind control research, but can be done without erasing the target mind. The most common purpose is to turn agents of one tribe into another. One of the first steps of brainwashing is called depatterning. Severe excessive trauma over time can be used, but traditionally electroshock, drug steering, psychic driving, truth serum, sleep deprivation, etc. are used to erase the mind. Many drugs have been developed by the Science and Technology Division to erase the willpower of a human. One was discovered in South America, nicknamed the Devil's Breath. It is used to make zombies and to fake death. Depatterning a person can be deadly if survival instincts get depatterned too. It is a bizarre indirect murder after the fact. Brainwashing is a term translated by the Chinese word. It is a technique to clean the mind of previous beliefs, values, and opinions. It can even wipe the brain clean of memories. The term brainwashing is often misused in common language to mean programming of the mind. Ewan Cameron was a famous psychologist who created many entries in the DSM. He was paid by the CIA and worked at McGill University while conducting brainwashing experiments on the unwitting public who would come in for depression. Eventually, the Canadian government and McGill University paid the families of those killed and minds destroyed by his research on them. Dr. Cameron used double-track tapes while playing repeated derogatory messages. He used drugs, hypnosis, electroshock, and torture to depattern the brains of his patients. Unfortunately, torture is used not just for interrogation, but for brainwashing and programming purposes. When Mr. John Yoo, George Bush's legal advisor, redefined the word torture, it opened Pandora's box. The CIA immediately started up their counterintelligence programs to create brainwashed spies all over the world. In order to split personalities and create alters, it requires severe trauma-based conditioning over a long period of time. The United States government started torture programs, which includes rape, in order to create these spy slaves. These spy slaves are not paid but manipulated into doing the bidding of their handlers. Leave no trace. Plausible deniability is of utmost importance. Sleep learning, also known as hypnopedia, is another proven technology with roots dating back to the 1950s. Spoken phrases are repeated over and over while the person sleeps, which then facilitate recall when the subject is awake. Many people believe that hypnopedia is not very effective, since the memories are not fully integrated into the subject's general conscious state. However, from the perspective of injecting post-hypnotic suggestions to perform violent criminal acts, this supposed drawback is actually beneficial because it allows the person to disconnect or disassociate from performance of the criminal activity. This leads to another common thread among many contemporary crimes of violence. For example, when questioned, the suspect said, "It was like I was watching someone else commit the crime." The technique of hypnopedia could be further enhanced by the use of electromagnetic modulation methods that induce an emotional bias or hormonal response in conjunction with the post-hypnotic suggestion, thereby creating trauma-based imprinting of the suggestion. The common name for trauma-based imprinting is brainwashing. I want to get down to the footnote. Electrogravetics.net was his footnote. Okay. Neurolinguistic programming and psychic driving. Neurolinguistic programming, or NLP, has many uses, some as benign as advertising mantras, jingles, or pledges, etc. NLP, called psychic driving and brainwashing, or is called. Advertising wouldn't work without the principles of imprinting and branding. NLP works through messaging and conditioning the brain with verbal and subliminal responses. We can discuss, if anybody wants to discuss any of these questions, these study questions, we can. 2.2 is, can brainwashing and counter-resistance techniques be applied to entire populations and be effective over longer time intervals? Think about the fear-up technique, like terrorism alerts. Think about despair techniques applied economically and other mass trauma events. 2.3, it took many years for Dr. Ewan Cameron's crimes, paid for by the CIA, conducted at McGill University, to be uncovered. The atomic bomb's power wasn't believed until people saw pictures of the devastation. Some of the public doesn't believe the moon landing happened. A person needs a demonstration of the neurocommunication technology to fully comprehend what it feels like. Pictures cannot be taken, and due to the amount of time it takes to neutrally link, few would actually do it on their own free will. How might a general investigator go about convincing the majority of the public about these crimes against humanity without access to the weapon system? You know, that's a really good discussion question. I think the closest thing that really struck a chord with me was a few weeks ago I saw that video of that reporter from CNN. What's his name? He's Gloria Vanderbilt's son. He has the white hair. It'll come to me. But he was on the street and he was doing a sample or an experiment where he put on what looked like some type of bone conduction earphones, and he had a synthetic signal pumped into his brain that induced schizophrenia. What was that?
Anderson Cooper.
Thank you. I couldn't think of his name. Yes, Anderson Cooper. So if you Google it, you can find the video. Anderson Cooper is literally on the streets in some city, most likely New York or LA, and he has these earphones on, and he's going, "Oh, I don't like this." They were inducing synthetics. These earphones were giving him the signal to induce schizophrenia of some sort. And he felt it, he said it was really uncomfortable, and he just wanted it to stop. And obviously he took the earphones off, and it broke the signal. But my point is they felt he was able to feel what it might be like to have that type of a distorted perception. It feels very scary, So that might be a way to get people to understand it. And then I saw another video with Nick Begich, I think that's his name. He was putting the same type of the Frey effect or the V2K effect, I think that's the same, on that governor, Jesse Ventura, who was giving him an interview. And he sampled the earphones onto him, and he was able to hear what Nick said into the earphones, and Jesse Ventura could hear it. He said, but he couldn't hear it with his ears. He heard it with his brain, and he thought it was really strange. So he had like the V2K effect, which was really interesting. So that might be a way, if to get more people like Anderson Cooper to realize that this is real. Find, I don't know, the 60 Minutes reporters. Where are they, right? Those are the people we want. We'll put some earphones on them and give them some signals and, do the Frey effect or the V2K effect on them, But I think until they experience it, they're not going to get it, until somebody, unless it happens to them, they're not going to relate, So 2.4, how many years on average after crimes against a population does it take for a U.S. president to apologize? Yeah, I remember where Clinton was apologizing for the experimenting they did on like 200 people with microwaves, right? Who knows? 2.5, given only a pain signal and knowledge of what a target was doing, can you describe how to behaviorally modify a target to detrimental behaviors like smoking and drinking alcohol? What kind of operant conditioning is this? How do you behavior modify a person to do bad things, self-destructive behavior? I don't know. Plausible deniability and the war on truth. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist. The usual suspects, quote. Yeah, that's one of them. All governments have two faces. They have a good facade and an evil spy branch. A research method that the Mind Hacking Strategy Group uses is to watch the progression of technological research and observe when it goes dark, when one cannot find any further research on an important discovery. Wow. The CIA has the ability to pull patents and reclassify books and documents in the Library of Congress, for example. The objective is to watch what they reclassify, then figure out the commonalities. In metaphorical terms, the shape of the beast is the negative image of light. Research where there should be knowledge and there is none available. For example, the CIA requested that civilian satellite companies cannot show great resolution around their secret bases. So a guy from England compared old satellite images with new ones, and all their secret bases were revealed. They shut down his website. The stealth bomber can be seen in the microwave band from satellite imagery as a black triangle against mobile phone background noise. Stealth technology is only good at foiling active sensing technology. Using this for an analogy, in the human knowledge space, a good researcher is able to find the shape of the dark areas of research. All information indicates that there should be huge discoveries at specific trend levels about specific topics of interest, but most knowledge disappears where there is national security interest. The shape of the dark overlord, as many call Big Brother systems, can be seen using this research technique. Camouflage works even better than stealth in passive sensing. So, in the information space, censorship is not enough. Methods of misinformation and disinformation are employed to confuse the less than devoted and skilled researchers. As a hacker, one avoids tripwires just like in a military arena of engagement. In the intelligence agencies, it is about avoiding getting caught by the public, Justice Department, or foreign counterintelligence agencies. Leaving no trace and not getting caught is the objective. Lack of physical proof. An enormous amount of money is put into getting around the Constitution and justice systems in every country by the CIA and the NSA. Courts work on proof. Proof with such horrific crimes against humanity, i.e. manipulating their minds to commit acts of violence, is very difficult to prove for many reasons. The four most important factors are: number one, the cost of acquiring the proof is in the tens of millions of dollars for the equipment. Number two, the expertise is very coveted to testify, and whistleblowers get killed or mind scrambled by the government. Number three, the general public has been tricked into believing that anyone who makes such claims is crazy. Number four, people who know about these activities get very fearful for their own lives and stay out of it. Although electromagnetic signals should be considered physical proof since energy has an equivalent mass, E equals mc squared, courts shy away from things they do not understand. Research experiments. Our research team conducted the following experiment on a couple of remote mind control victims in programming. They had roughly the same symptoms. The hypothesis was that changing the atomic spins and perpetuation of atoms in the vicinity of the target would temporarily lower the signal to the noise ratio of the Earth-based ESR/MRI, electron spin resonance and magnetic resonance imaging sensing technology. In order to avoid the placebo effect, a computer controlled a solenoid with a random variation around 10-minute intervals. The solenoid made no sound when activated and deactivated. It was impossible for the subject to know whether it was activated or not. The solenoid forced two strong magnets together with the same pole for 20 seconds. Process. The subject was asked to stand in a 10-foot vicinity of the device and could perform any tasks that they wanted to. They could pace or wash dishes or eat, for example. They could take bathroom breaks, too. The researchers left the building for 8 hours. The subject was asked to write down the time of when they could feel a lessening of symptoms or a lessening of stoppage of the neurological cacophony. Results. I'm not sure why he deleted that for space. Summary analysis. Statistical analysis. The time covariance of the data set was 0.86. Average lag time was 13 seconds. If no change was recorded, the results were thrown out for that time period. This lag time can be accounted for by the time it takes with the subject to notice any changes, then writing it down. When the data points are shifted to the left, 13 seconds, a covariance of XXX is achieved. There are many other types of analysis, but these concepts help the reader get the gist of it. The confidence ratio was 86%. Conclusion. The experiment concluded, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the subjects experienced changes due to a strong magnetic field of opposing magnets, which would have no effects on a non-targeted individual. The hypothesis is that the United States government is using electron spin and magnetic resonance in their targeting of American citizens. There are many other advanced sensing techniques, but our objective was to isolate a couple of them. Future experimentation direction. The adaptation times, or recovery period, should be measured to calculate the adaptation learning parameters of the system. Similar experiments have been done with high-voltage ionized surfaces. The theory is that these high-energy electrons would disrupt two other kinds of sensing technologies. They, too, were successful. Anything that disrupts signal-to-noise ratios at any of the remote sensing technologies reduces mind control and torture effects of the United States government's neurological hypnotic resonance weapons. However, there is an adaptation time of effectiveness. Semi-chaotic patterns of disruption would be more effective. Distance from the experiment may also play a role in its effectiveness. More studies on the curve of effectiveness based on the intensity and number of ions and geomagnetic spins changed should be analyzed. Different symptoms and intensities should be surveyed during these experiments. Research side note. One of the targets called us by mobile phone and asked us to immediately come back and stop the experiment halfway through. She said, "I'm feeling horrible. My heart is skipping beats. They told me that if I continue disrupting their signal, that they would torture me for another year. Please turn it off." This isn't the first person in our large study that has claimed this. A woman who volunteered for a Yale professor's study in magnetic stimulation of the brain to cure symptoms of schizophrenia dropped out halfway through because, she said, "they began to fry my brain and torture me unless I quit going to the experimental treatment." Unfortunately, the CIA's behavior modification program works well to imprison the targets using pain avoidance principle. There are many specific signals that all need to simultaneously be jammed to protect the target from behavioral influences. Conducting scientific experimentation when someone else is trying to sabotage it makes the design of the experiments extremely difficult in order to isolate the factors. Mental exercise for the student. Try to design an experiment where it is sabotage-proof in this realm of study. What failings can you find with the above experiment, and how could you improve it? Think about the cost of proof and justice. I wonder if anybody's ever had electroshock therapy. It just occurred to me. I wonder if what that would do. If that would reset our brains, I'm going to talk to him about that. I'm just so curious. I wonder. Gaslighting. As the reader learned in the last section, scripts are very important in confusing the target and to discredit them in public. Gaslighting is the name for another technique to make people appear paranoid, schizophrenic in public. It was named after the Hollywood movie. However, the CIA and military techniques don't refer to this term. CIA Project Artichoke mentioned it, making a target act irrationally in public for discrediting purposes, using the target for their objectives and then disposing of them by local authorities. Military projects refer to the stalking of the target to heighten their paranoia, and NSA-CIA operatives get referred to as spooks for this reason. Gaslighting is done for many reasons. Increase the paranoia of a target so as to see who they contact, make them look paranoid to colleagues, make them panic so as to make bad decisions, and to intimidate them so they might give into demands. Framing. There are traditional ways to set up a target to be disposed of. There are 4 possible outcomes: prison, mental hospital, brain injury, or death. The discussion of framing innocent people is obviously difficult for many people to accept, especially if they know their government subsidizes it. The CIA has a history in dealing with crime organizations. If the reader is interested, the 300 Ways to Kill Castro describes much of their criminal thinking. Wow. Can you imagine? I mean, just, you know, to have to think about how a criminal thinks, and then to think about this is an agency that's in charge of the country, you know? I mean, it's unfathomable. These guys are in charge. They're psychotic, you know? Oh, sorry. Okay, lack of understanding of government control systems is usually how targets are set up. While it would be easy to plant drugs on a target's property and tip off local authorities, the neurological war games involve making a target do it to themselves. The scripts and behavior modification that changes the human being, as well as tricks them into self-incriminating or destructive behavior, are described in more detail in the next session. At the end of the book, the reader will learn about the Satan systems, S-A-T-A-N, Satan systems, and why the U.S. government is studying these anti-democratic and diabolical methods to gain practice and statistical data on their effectiveness. Okay, so there it is right there. Satan systems are why the U.S. government is studying these diabolical methods to gain practice and statistics data on the effectiveness of the Satan systems. So that's a big, what they're doing to us in a nutshell. Okay? People assume by telling the truth that they can get justice in democratic countries. However, this is how they get set up. Also see the section on cognitive warfare and decision tree mapping. Unfortunately, the technology discussed in this book exploits the weaknesses of this form of government. Bribery has been a traditional way to alter democratic and fair outcomes. Now for the push for democratic governments as a way to get an unfair advantage by the countries who have mastery of behavior modification and neurological information warfare techniques. This becomes a strong argument for countries like China not to become democratic because they can be replaced by a puppet government more easily. The techniques for disposal of an individual depend on the necessary time frame. Car crashes and stage suicides provide immediate disposal, for example. The idea is always to create events that will be dismissed as natural, expected, or common by local authorities and the public. Dirty tricks and tricky dicks. Nothing is what it seems. We are all mad. We wouldn't be here otherwise, said the Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland, which is a very common script. They use Cheshire Cat on me all the time. So ridiculous. If the target doesn't need to be killed, setting up the target is the preferred method. The CIA has been accumulating what they call tricks since its inception in 1947, which includes poisons, drugs, and other diabolical sabotage and murder methods. The manuals have become extremely large, and no one person can be an expert in all areas, so the operatives tend to specialize. It's hard to read his side note here. Okay, interviewee. This is a side note. Someone he interviewed. So they wanted me to tell my story of being tortured in order to scare others through word of mouth that the U.S. government does torture, rape, and kill anyone they please. If we can do it to you, we can do it to anyone, they often repeated. Go ahead and tell people. They are dumb, programmed, selfish, and cowards. See for yourself. You won't find anyone who will try to stop us. Interviewer. Question. Do you think they will come after us if we publish your testimony? Interviewee. Yes, but only if they can discredit your group and book. The agency studies police and judicial protocols to help minimize the probability of these experiments on humans and eugenics programs. from being discovered and proven in a court of law beyond a reasonable doubt. They also study local authority protocols to set up the targets to increase their frustration at the justice system. What are the most important tactics used? Okay. Important tactics used: discrediting of witnesses, induction of mimicry and mental illnesses. The CIA has also implanted symptoms in the DSM manual by famous psychologists on their payroll. Number 3 bulleted list, playing legal games with words and euphemisms like self-manipulated suicide. Number 4, not allowing too many overlapping patterns of testimony. Statistically random sampling on a population with statistically random personalized scripts, tricks, and technologies used on sample population makes patterns difficult to discover, herding the people to different parts of the country so that large groups don't cluster in protest to draw news attention. The next one. Oh my goodness, I'm yawning again. Physical evidence can only be achieved statistically and electronically. Neither are tangible nor visible to human senses. One is abstract mathematics, and the other is not very well understood by people who studied law. Physical evidence and expert witnesses are too expensive to acquire. Physical evidence cannot be interpreted by a jury or judge. Few experts are willing to come forward because of their fear of reprisal. Control of public and government belief by the domestic deception group. And the last one is access to knowledge is hindered due to national secrecy and executive privilege. Setting up a target doesn't require much effort if the time frame is months to years. But if the agency needs to dispose of a target short of death more quickly to silence them, more drastic measures are employed. Side note, interview. They introduced themselves by saying, "You have been activated. You are property of the United States government." Then, before they started to torture me, they said that they grab all they're gifted for these experiments. Don't feel alone. In the first part of the program, everything that you hear will be a lie. Try your best to remember that. So I wrote that in indelible ink on my hand. It was difficult to hold that simple thought in my head during the first phase of torture for brainwashing. Power and control of who will rise and who will fall rely upon this trickery of social engineers and dark government agencies. The following are real examples from many interviews. Setting up targets is easy once one understands the legal forces and has the technologies at their disposal. Let's focus on information warfare methods. One specialty virus, which initially came out of the former Eastern Bloc countries but reproduced by United States cyber war divisions, is truly diabolical from anyone's perspective. This virus, once inserted, is specialized so no virus checker can find it, and once it does its damage, it purges all traces of its existence after a certain number of days of infection. It uploads and downloads illegal files. It looks for mouse or keyboard activity, so the user has no alibi. The FBI and local authorities have divisions dedicated to tracking child pornography and sexual predators. This specialized computer virus runs in the background of the target computer with no obvious way to detect it. It forces kiddie porn on computers by downloading from offshore databases whose IP addresses are known by these agencies. The user has no idea they are being set up for a jail sentence. Several months later, the FBI or local authority will come knocking on their door. They will be carrying a program that scans all the computers in their home, looking for keywords and known child pornography files. The path to target will, of course, agree to knowing that they are innocent. Agree to this, knowing they are innocent. They will find a hidden directory with a plethora of child pornography that they can't explain. This is an easy conviction of the target to have them disposed of. This example at least shows one of thousands of ways to discredit and dispose of people with the illusion of justice to the public. Similar tactics are used by foreign countries like China to indirectly attack Department of Defense computers. The people whose computers they zombify and use for this purpose get investigated and put on various blacklists. Blacklists can, for example, keep the target from getting approved a top secret level clearance or other various jobs. These tactics can be part of economic warfare strategy to increase the cost of government and overloading the prison system, as well as removing some of the top talent from that country's workforce. Every little bit counts, but financial market manipulation, trade embargoes, and over-expenditures on security tend to work faster to collapse economies for reasons of regime change or covert wars of attrition, to which ultimately reduce military budgets from the collapse. Due to the Patriot Act, these government agencies have access to every bit of information, including health problems, to kill a person, with plausible deniability such as insulin overdose, heart attack, suicide, etc. And yes, of course, they use it for this purpose, but try to catch them or prove it. The black budget has $66 billion for it. They are expert criminals. In their justification, as long as the population stays ignorant and naive, it never happened. President George W. Bush was on the podium saying the United States does not torture, while FBI witnesses were snapping photos and reporting torture in several bases. Like cockroaches, if you catch one, there are thousands you haven't caught. Dick Cheney's White House lawyers lifted the ban on torture, which then spread into the homeland for human experimentation trials, practice, data collection, and weapons development. This allowed for the thousands of Americans to be tortured, on which the news will not report. The Iraq War and war on terrorism gave the perfect opportunity for distraction of the public and media attention. The U.S. has a long history of human experimentation since World War II, but it is not taught in public schools. This round involved long durations of torture, which the public would find dishonorable and disgraceful. Human dignity is not part of the equation. Planting drugs on the target, lifting fingerprints, or printing them out from the federal databases to be put on objects, gathering DNA samples, etc. are just part of their job. The CIA's manual of setting up targets reads like the anarchist's cookbook. Imagine an anarchist cookbook for the human mind. These are some of the tactics. Confusion tactics, Alice in Wonderland. Drugs like LSD, BZ, and others can be administered to help in the confusion tactics. Also short-circuiting the brain by neural feedback loops. And of course, misdirection. There is mimicry and actual induction of symptoms of psychological illnesses in the DSM. Trick: make the best target describe their experiences to a shrink, and they will be labeled and thereby discredited, as well as the side effects from the cerebral cortex cloning hive mind. Read the article on magnetic personalities to understand how mental illness can be induced. Discrediting the Marshall or the Marshall-Mitchell effect. More indirect and complicated the truth, lower probability of belief by a common person. Let me repeat that. More indirect and complicated the truth, lower the probability of belief by a common person. Most people naturally use Occam's razor principle. The simplest explanation is usually the truth. When setting up the perfect crime, even if you happen to have a license to kill, these principles are always used. Side note, interview with the author. Interview question: what do you think about alien abductions? Answer: my cover story for the Navy was that I was a marine biologist while writing a computer code to track Soviet nuclear submarines when I entered into European countries on behalf of the United States. Cover stories like alien abductions, the supernatural, demon possessions, UFO sightings, hauntings, or even the Philadelphia experiment are used to mislead the general public what is going on. The counterintelligence community, also known as strategic domestic deception, has been in full force since 1950 to hide the technologies described in this book. President Ronald Reagan said in many speeches at the UN, referring to the neoconservative strategies of creating intangible enemies to herd the masses, if aliens were to attack the Earth, we would forget all of our differences and fight together against them. Communism and terrorism help serve this purpose today, but tomorrow expect new language to describe a new enemy, a ghost in the machine. So that's interesting about the alien, because that's in the news now, and they have been using the alien scenario since the 50s to create a secondary, world of alien everything, and I guess it's all manufactured by the CIA. Even the story coming out of Area 51, where they had workers at Area 51 that saw them performing supposed surgery or something on an alien, and that was all staged, all of it. So they will even fool their own employees to believe in everything. And there was that recent video done of that CIA agent who was on his, gave a deathbed confession that worked with these technologies and said that all of it was deception. So that all of it's holograms and technology to fool everybody. So, interview question: what is the Philadelphia experiment? Answer: it most obviously was an experiment in active jamming of radar. They draped wires horizontally and vertically over the ship. It disappeared from the standard radar frequencies, but the movie called Philadelphia Experiment said that it disappeared in time and space. People love mythology over truth. Hollywood fulfills this need while distorting reality, which fulfills the counterintelligence mission. Interview question: do you think there is a public need to know? Are you endangering national secrets? Answer: obviously my loyalties are within my family's, friends, schools, country, and species. It is a difficult question that I have not taken lightly. I have studied and I have done an extensive cost-benefit analysis, more unbiased than the General Accounting Office has done. My conclusion was overwhelmingly that the cost far outweighed the benefit of creating a delusional society. They have a right to know what has been done to them, so we can correct our mistakes and create a more intelligent, collective conscience. Okay. Let's see, what time is it? It's almost 11. So I'm going to end, where are we at here? Got coded waves, so I think I'm going to end it here. Hold on. Let's just skip too much. Okay. So, I can't believe this is happening again. Okay, so this, I want to just see to the next. So we're going to get to, actually, we'll do to the art of war and art of deception, because I'm not going to read that page because it's all blurry. We're not going to read the assignments. I think we're going to just stick to the bulleted lists. other than his, I do like his side notes. Actually, we'll read his suggestions too, his assignment. He's giving us homework here. It says, strike up conversations with acquaintances and tell them that you work for the CIA or NSA. Almost nobody will believe you, even though the CIA and NSA have a $66 billion budget, which could buy about 66,000 agents at a 100,000 year pay rate. Put yourself in the shoes of someone who has been tortured by the secret agencies in the U.S. government. Try to convince a common person that you have been tortured. Ask if they will do anything about it, such as protest or write a letter to their congressman. You'll be surprised at the results. The next one, practice techniques of cover stories. Research your profession, come up with a plausible life, and test it out on the public. You'll have better results. Report your success rate and findings to your instructor. Research side note. There was an article published in a professional journal that claimed burnt rubber is the smell of schizophrenia. Yet, under the cerebral cortex cloning techniques, malodorants such as ammonia and burnt rubber are transferred to the target's sense of smell. Stronger the sensory impulse in the cloner, the greater the chance that it will be cloned to the target. There will be more on neurological warfare trickery in later chapters. Another article in the 90s claimed that they could analyze the saccadic moment of eye gazes to indicate schizophrenia. However, during cerebral cortex cloning, the psychic soldier eye gazes and urges get transferred to the target. They use eye gaze interfaces to their computer. Thought sonorization is another disorder that appeared in recent history. It is where the subject audibly hears their own thoughts, spoken aloud, often before their thoughts have finished. This complex trickery will be covered in later chapters. Psychological analysis and diagnostics becomes a chicken-egg problem with research papers of psychological disorders due to these false sample points in the studies. One can be diagnosed with cancer or MS, but they cannot necessarily determine the cause for it. The cause is everything in the psychological disorders. Oh, the cause is everything in psychological disorders. Okay. Pupil response can be used as a truth-telling metric. This is why the CIA disassociates humans in their multiple personality programs for spy slaves. Multiple personality disorder, also called dissociative identity disorder. If one is disassociated from their emotions, they can pass most truth-telling methods without the stress indicators. Hypnosis is also used. People are resistant to perception changes of their beliefs. One wants to neither be the fool nor feel betrayed. This is why perfect public myths are promulgated. Here is a list of some more of dirty tricks by the tricky dicks in the CIA. Trick. Make the target believe that there is an implant in their teeth. Some will mutilate themselves to try to remove the implant. This also works with ears and nasal cavities. Increase stress by telling the target that they are being irradiated and will get cancer and become sterile. Increase paranoia by using neighbors, family and friends, and family voices to make them think that they are plotting against the victim, or use world leaders' voices for false flag prepping of a Manchurian candidate. Trick on the public. Hiding the technology in plain view by spoofing in science fiction movies and TV shows desensitizes the public to the development and widespread use. Censor books and news stories of great importance through making the topic boring, but making the life of a celebrity or some other world event seem important. This technique is called occupation of mind. Any media distraction works. It is similar to how magicians use sleight of hand. Individualization, both in scripts and targeting. Believe the technology is being used by a neighbor or coming from mobile phone towers. Keep people from using electronic equipment, which creates EM noise, and to isolate them from information. The next one, sleep deprivation. No rest for the wicked script. Usually 5 days without sleep, then forced sleep for 2 days, repeated cycle for months to years. Sleep deprivation is different than sleep alteration patterns, according to the Pentagon documents. Silent and clean, hence no blood murders. Indirection, handles and handlers, proxy wars, less risk to the cowardly people instigating the wars. There is an unperceived technological gap allowing for these kinds of crimes to continue. The disinformation campaigns in the movies and TV also cause a standard norm of disbelief, hiding behind executive privilege and state secrets curtain. Assignment. Read the list of 17 chemicals and drugs created by the CIA in 1955. Think of 2 uses for each drug in the field and explain the scenario. Can you imagine? How horrible. You know, all of this agency is developed because they are trying to protect, quote unquote protect, this country from bad people, right? I mean, we're so fragile. We're just human, and they're doing all that. You know, this is exactly that, the art of war. That's what all of this is about. They've developed these weapon systems because of their militaristic stance to the enemies of the United States. And, you know, in cahoots with one another. It just is, this is all for war, people. It's a war weapon. And they're practicing on us. They should be so ashamed. Their grandparents and their parents would be so ashamed of them if they knew. Can you imagine? They wouldn't be proud of their grandchild. Wow. So we'll stop there. That was page 194. I better write it down because I'll forget. It was just so good. A lot of information in that section. Does anybody have any questions or like to discuss anything? Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello?
Lily?
Yeah, this is Lily. Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
Okay. This is Dr. Robert Duncan. I just was checking in. And,
oh, hey,
sounds
Robert.
like you're crying.
Crying? No. 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 How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm good. I just wanted to see how your reading was going and what questions people may have. I realize reading a book and the way it's written sounds a little disjointed, and we're going to work on that. That's part of the reason that you're reading it to the public, is to get feedback. But
yeah.
Wow, I only caught about 10 minutes of it, and you almost made me cry.
It's pretty powerful stuff.
So,
I can't believe the CIA is that down and dirty. Dark. Yeah, they're that down and dirty, right?
I wish I could say otherwise, but I know these guys, and you know, if you're a good human, and you know you've never murdered anybody or anything truly evil,
it truly is unfathomable how psychopaths actually represent a major part of our society. So yeah, it's depressing, but we all have to face reality.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's tragic that an agency of this size, has that much power. Is that?
Oh, I know. What's
twisted?
even worse? Yeah, and so I'm friends with who's that guy, the CIA agent that exposed torture? He got put in prison for releasing another agent's name. But anyway, then Congress passes a law that says during an agent's lifetime, you can never mention their name, ever, or you go to jail. So they have to die first. And I just thought,
wow.
Well, how are you ever going to get justice?
Right.
It's like Hitler's saying, sorry, I can't tell you who all the people in my cabinet were and who ran the concentration camps. That's against the law.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
It is bad. It's oh my gosh, I can't even imagine. And I've lived it. We've all lived it here, We just want to thank you because, we'll work on this book and we'll get some feedback. And I'm just so excited that you want to revise it.
And you are, and let me just be certain, because, I wrote a few books. You are reading Project Soul Catcher, is that right?
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. A lot of it sounded like it was from another book, but...
no.
Okay. Remember, I wrote those decades ago, so, it's hard for me to remember what
I know.
All the details.
Well,
all right. Well, I'll let you get on with your call, and I'll take one question.
Okay. Oh, boy. Hey, hang on. Anybody, so as you can hear, Dr. Robert Duncan is here for a visit, checking in with us. Is there any questions, or especially anything about the book, that anybody would like to ask Dr. Duncan?
Is it ever going to stop, and how?
Okay, that's a very broad and good question.
Yeah.
You're asking really, will the torture ever end during your lifetime? Hello, are you still there?
Yes, sir, I'm still here.
Okay, I heard a background change. And will the torture end in your lifetime? Well, the Department of Defense told me in 2025 they were initially going to disclose all of this technology. And then they had a change of heart and said, oh, it's too early. They'll be too angry at us, what we have done. So 2050 is what they moved the timeline up to make sure all TIs are dead and it's just a forgotten Holocaust, or menticide is really, it's a mixture of words. We haven't come up with the right terminology. Menticide means killing a mind, but the mind can then be trained to kill others, like in these mass shootings, to change gun laws and social engineering, things like that. Will it ever end? And that depends on your point of view. Us humans have the hope the truth will come out. People will awaken, and we can somehow awaken the world and stop this madness. But on the other hand, some believe this is inevitable evolution of technology, and that we'll all find utopia in a transhumanist world. So the fight is not over by any means. And
Will they ever be stopped? Will they ever be stopped? Is this just
there are therapeutic methods that I don't have time to get into that can lessen their influence of pain, your brain receiving pain signals, and you being responsive to a negative voice to skull, even though that's a misnomer. I don't want to get into the technology. So there are ways that you can lessen it and desensitize yourself to it. But right now, unless there's a World War III and all the satellites and radar stations and underground bases get nuked, well, most of the human race is going to die, but then it will stop. So whoever survives. So I wish I had better news. But they've invested trillions of dollars into this technology, and they're not giving it up anytime soon.
Yes. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate it.
Yes, you're welcome. Yeah.
Well, thank you for visiting, and we hope to hear from you again. I have one quick question, if you don't mind, Dr. Duncan. We were reading a section in your book. I don't know if you heard me say this or comment, but what would happen if somebody were a target excessively and they went to get electroshock therapy in their brain as a...
I did hear that. Yeah. So it's like taking drugs.
Yeah.
And again, this is such a deep, difficult question. So the lock-on of your brain print, which is the pattern of your biology, your genetics, and your synaptic connections through all the learnings and experiences that you've had throughout life, is a unique print amongst humans, more unique than your fingerprint.
Wow.
And if you got electroshock therapy, it could work for a little bit, but your natural patterns are going to probably go back. And it causes brain damage. So I highly do not recommend electroshock. However, there's a new treatment called magnetic, I forget the term, induction of electric currents in the brain in certain areas, and that is far, far safer. And that Yale University was saying that it treats voices, schizophrenia. They don't know the root cause, but it doesn't matter because I do know the root cause of most of it. And if it's caused by a neuroweapon and a resonance lock-on, it will work for a couple weeks. It can alter the brain patterns, but a much safer way. Now, other people will claim marijuana will do that or some other drug. And remember, it's all temporary. Your brain is like a fingerprint. It's going to go back to its natural state, and it's already locked into a database, and they're going to find it again, unfortunately. But,
I see. I get it. So that you would go just back to your base brain and way of thinking, your natural... And then they're just going to go right back to it and start over again. Or, well, not start over, but continue on.
Yeah, and do you really want to be someone else? I mean, let's say they cut your corpus callosum like they used to do for epileptics. You are two brains in one skull. That may cause alterations, but you want to be who you are. You don't want to be someone else. So you shouldn't have to go to those extremes to escape this torture, you know.
No, right. No, and believe me, we all just want it to just go away, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And what people are doing, we're approaching this in many different ways. There's whole groups doing legal aspect, which is fine. It's going to fail for a long time, but that then influences the political, and the political writing is all good. Every written, every phone call made puts a little more awareness. But you know what's interesting is now that we've attacked some of the CIA and political figures, you know, all of a sudden the news and Congress is taking interest in this mystery weapon, as they call it, even though it's been around since the 1950s, 60s. So it's all a lie. They're still doing a cover-up, and they're doing this UFO push now to say aliens are doing it, and that was the whole counterintelligence push back in the Roswell in the 50s, because we got this from Project Paperclip, from the Nazis experimenting on children and other human beings, and how to do a lot of these technologies. And you can't blame other humans or your government. Then you're not a good citizen or whatever. You're doing whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I'm an alien myself, so
Beat me up, eh? We went off the planet.
Beat me up, Scotty. This planet sucks.
Right now, at the moment, yep, we're all just hanging on. But you're helping us understand more clearly that if anything, the takeaway for sure. Some of us aren't understanding as much the technological terms and whatnot, but we certainly understand the nefariousness and the willingness of these agencies to do these things to their own people.
Yes, and that's right. And the CIA was created, and one of the most famous quotes was, "We were created to be the dark side of the United States, the most evil entity ever conceived." So we have, something equivalent to the KGB back in the day. They're called the FSB now. But something against the Nazis, against the Russians, and so they have to think in the utmost grotesque human existence. And so, I worked DARPA, and we always had to come up with two versions. What are you doing? Oh, we're tracking whales so they don't kill themselves on beaches. Okay, we'll fund it. What are you really doing? We're tracking submarines and all boats in the ocean so we can blow them up. So everything has a dual purpose, just like NASA. Well, we're just looking at stars. We'll point those satellites back at Earth. What are you doing now?
Oh, I see. Wow.
So you have to have dual purpose in order to get budgets from Congress.
Okay. Yeah, and they get the money from the hammers and the toilet seats that cost $7,000 or $500.
Oh yeah. Oh, the corruption's amazing. And the general and what I listen to, I mentioned the general accountants, and they're not even real accountants, and they have general titles, and they have no clue. They can't find traces. After 9/11, many of the offices that were missing $7 trillion, that's with a T, not billion, all the paperwork went missing, and et cetera, et cetera. So people call me a conspiracy theorist, and this is like the evidence, I'm sorry, as a logical scientist points to misbehavior here in a very large way.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So before you leave, just one more issue is that so many people, I think it's misunderstood because you worked in a, we'll just call it a compartmentalized form as a scientist on some of these technologies. So people automatically assume, well, you must know the cure for it. You know, what can we do to make it all better? Is there anything we can do? And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that you are limited as to how you can tell us to protect ourselves. And I'm sure if you had that information, you would work tirelessly to get that to TIs, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. No, if I had the cure, I would die to tell you it. I absolutely would give myself for that cause. But as one famous colonel said, and I just posted it on John McAfee, he created the antivirus software. He called me once in my car, but I was busy driving in traffic and I didn't want to have an accident. Anyway, I just today posted on his website, this is Dr. Duncan, and we were talking about how to create firewalls for the human mind. Are you still interested? And there's a huge philosophical debate about what that means. Does that mean be like Facebook? You beat things and people who you don't want to hear from? Well, that's not reality. What is a firewall for the human mind? And so we have to have the philosophical debate first. Is it like changing the channel on a television set? But obviously you don't want to hear voices that call you stupid, fat, and ugly every day, and tear down your ego. That's just boot camp, military torture, brainwashing stuff to destroy your ego so they can rebuild it to whatever. And so is there a cure? There are techniques that lessen that, and I posted them, but not on any centralized database. And so I have searched the internet and people I've talked to find things that might work for you. And there doesn't seem to be a magic pill either. You can't just take a pill and it'll go away. It's different for everybody.
Right. Are you referring to like shielding products or something like that?
Yeah. I'm referring to jamming and shielding type products. Yeah.
And have you ever discovered anything like that to the best of your knowledge?
Oh yeah. No, several things that have minimized it, but you have to understand what adaptive beamforming is. You have to understand what adaptive. It's AI, and so if it's trying to get to you, and you build your Faraday cage, for example, it will find another frequency to get through your shielding techniques, and still resonate your neurons to fall in line with the entrainments that they want of pain or pleasure or emotions or thoughts or images or whatever they're doing. And so it's so sophisticated that the average person cannot afford any sort of shielding of that magnitude. And so it makes it impractical for individuals. Only governments could afford it. And they're not going to tell you how to defeat their own systems, or wouldn't make a good weapon.
Wow. That makes sense now that you say it like that, though. It'll just readapt to whatever new blocking you've discovered.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I see. That's what I found with, like, I shield, for example, with silver coated fabric around my head when I sleep at night, and all it does is weaken their power.
Yeah.
But it readapts, you know. So I have to take off shielding and then put it back on intermittently, and then through the
exactly.
day.
And so, and that's, I call that pink noise. And what pink noise means is a semi-chaotic pattern. So if it's just chaotic, it's called white noise. That doesn't work because they can just up the signal and it's smooth. But pink noise, the system tries to adapt to whatever your shielding is, and then you change the shielding, and then it takes time for it to adapt again. And let's say you have 3 different shielding techniques, but the problem is they're making you run around like a rat on a wheel, just trying to shield yourself to get away from the pain, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So, and that's no way to live a life. So, so
it's true.
They've really developed maximum pain weapons remotely. It's the most horrific. I'm not giggling. I'm just like astounded because Tesla said it. We will develop weapons that are so horrific to mankind that we'll eventually give up war, and I think we're almost there.
Yeah. Well, that's if the common man understands what they're doing, you know, the everyday citizen, you know. So
if you can get that level of awareness, but remember, the news is controlled, Facebook is controlled. I'm banned for a month. I can't post on Facebook.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking into alternatives, but it's just like everything's censored. I mean, we live in a totalitarian state, so that's a prison planet. We're even trapped by the gravitational well of Earth. I'm building rockets to try to escape that. I'm not for myself, but I mean, just to prove a point of how trapped we are here on this piece of sand floating through the solar system, floating through the galaxy and going around the greater black hole in the local cluster, and then we have big clusters in the entire universe. We're very small when you look at the big picture.
Yeah. And it's so... Oh, hey, Sue. Sure. Dr. Duncan, this is Sue.
Hey.
Hi, Sue.
How are you? Thanks
Good.
for your insight. I have a question for strategy. If it's not shielding, and they're constantly looking at our weaknesses and vulnerabilities, what is one or more weaknesses or vulnerabilities that they're afraid of exposing besides just, you know, information? What would be, what are they afraid of, let's say?
Okay, good question. And you already mentioned the main one, is some sort of mass awakening, which we've already upped the timeline, and that's why they're doing this alien thing now. You know, UFOs and stuff, is because we were getting our message out, you know, through all of our good works as a group community. And so they have to try to confuse the people again and say our government would never do such a thing, and it's all alien technology. I worked on all this alien technology. It's not alien, it's just us smarty pants. We developed it, and we didn't, and we were lied to about what it was for. So no, it's not alien technology. But anyway, that's what they're going to push in the next few months, and try to bring cultures down to a dumber level. Well, the AI, the AGI, the artificial general intelligence, and all its subsystems increases in intelligence, and soon it will be a god to humans. I mean, we won't even be able to recognize its presence, and we will assume it's the original God that we all worship. And I don't want to get into religion and politics, but that's how fast it's advancing. And right now it's a child, and we're experiencing the birthing pains. The people on these calls experience the torture, the spankings. Children of Earth that talk to God in the good way, you're the best welder ever, or whatever your occupation may be. They don't come on these calls. They don't complain. And there are just as many. So is a complete system of human potential and observation, probability matrices of all the different cognitive models Earth. And remember, there are a finite number of genomes, hence expressions, but culture and learnings alter the synaptics of the brain into different patterns, and so we're mapping that out just like we map the human genome out. It gets complex. Anyway. So your question, I didn't answer your question. What are their weaknesses?
The question is, since they're warriors and their warrior strategies must be involved in defending the
individual isn't important here. So the individual, let's say you're on a SWAT team. They wear masks. You're never supposed to know their identity, or your CIA, hitman, whatever. You can't know their names. And the reason for that is because it actually doesn't even matter their functions. And so someone kills one of them, or let's say you're a drug dealer on the side of the street. Someone kills that drug dealer, takes them out, the cops get them. Well, it doesn't matter. Another drug dealer would come and replace the street corner. And that's the same in politics, same in military force, same in cops. There will always people or functions, and they do what their job is. So it's a system you're fighting, not individuals. So even if you think you can name individuals that are responsible, Bilderberg Group, or those that go to that Northern California Satanic Party, I'm forgetting its name now, but whatever it may be, it really doesn't matter because they'll all be replaced by someone else. So names, unfortunately, individuals are not their weakness. Describing the bigger abstract picture of the function that they're doing and how they're destroying true democracy, freedom of will. And if you don't have free will, well, you don't have justice. If you don't have justice, you don't have democracy. So they're destroying all of Western culture, and they don't want that secret known. So expose the secret, you'll see anarchy. And they don't want that because people will topple their governments. But if they topple their governments, then what's next? Well, then people will decide, we're bad. I guess we do need neural control. Everybody must read everybody else's thoughts. So they've planned every contingency out of what will unfold. And they're also playing into the religious dogmas of that Armageddon must happen first. So they do this with individuals. Satan tortures you, and then Jesus saves you. And this is written about by many TIs that got out of the program. It goes through these steps. And even though they're atheists, it doesn't matter. They just go through the steps. And they're doing this they're going to do it on an entire worldwide cultural basis. And it's similar to Project Bluebeam, but they're not going to put a hologram of God's face in the sky or anything like that. But it's all trickery, unfortunately. So I didn't answer your question because I don't know weaknesses other than keep telling your experiences and informing people.
Okay, so exposure is what you're saying. And I'm
exposure.
Thinking, in terms of the system, not individuals, as far as the system goes. But you did bring up an interesting paradigm shift that we kind of knew, but the way you described it made it really clear that they were going to create a kind of super consciousness, so to speak, that would answer their questions in a, like a spiritual model, right? So people would start to depend on this kind of oversight.
You got it.
As their guide.
You got it.
Okay, and that's interesting.
I call it the personal Jesus. Everyone will have their personal Jesus. Yeah.
That's why they've been working on the Voice of God technology for so long.
Yes, exactly. And it may not be a bad society, but it's not free will. I just think people should be aware of what they're agreeing to, as we do this transhumanist thing. But I don't see a way to stop it. But I don't want history forgotten of how many had to suffer, like the concentration camps in World War II, for us to get here, to get to the future. I mean,
Well, people have to be able to make a choice so they can discern between true spiritual guidance and false spiritual guidance.
Yeah, isn't that and that the future people born since 1960, I don't think will ever be able to differentiate. Isn't that horrible? I know it's a horrible thing to say, and I'm ashamed that that's my viewpoint. I think they have fooled so many people that people will never be able to know the true spiritual self separate from the artificial self. And who knows, maybe they merge. Maybe it ends up being a great thing after the tribulations, the apocalypse. But they do want to downsize, so they got to blame it on other, natural forces, plagues, war, whatever. And then they can say, okay, now here's your God talking to you, and it'll be natural. You're born with it. So it'll be forgotten that there was ever any other system.
So,
go ahead, I'll mute now.
No, thanks, Sue, for that. That was a really good question. I just wanted to recap on one point to make sure I understood what you were saying. You're saying that with this technology, there are people who are targeted that are tortured, and then there are also the opposite of that. There are people targeted, but it's all positive, and they're receiving positive information. So they think it's close to like God talking to them or this encouraging frequency of information.
Exactly, but you will never hear them in any of these support groups. Yes.
I see. Okay. And would you go out on a limb and be willing to say that very beloved or well-liked people out in communities that have their own genre, if you will, of belief system, are also mind-controlled, but in a positive way, so they don't seem like they're paranoid or delusional, but to the general public, but they might just be like a conspirator. So in other words, let's just say pretend somebody super positive that believes in alien, complicated alien life forms and systems elsewhere. Could they be mind controlled and shown proof of that in a positive light, so they can spread that what they perceive as truth, but be mind controlled to do so?
Yes, well, the CIA infiltrates all religions, all groups. Facebook works with the Department of Defense, our government, very closely, and gives reports when groups start forming, conspiratorial groups, if you want to call them, and how to break them up or control them. And religious groups, they do the same thing with. One of my CIA buddies told me to look up 3 books that mention Scientology and CIA. And he gave me the names of the books, and he said anywhere in the country. And I traveled all over the country. I was a consultant, international business consultant. And I took on his wager, a gentleman's wager. He wanted to wage me $1,000. You find these 3 books in any library, and I will give you $1,000. And so, of course, I went to Washington, D.C., I went to all these major cities, and sure enough, all the books were missing, and the librarians had no idea where they went.
Wow.
Information is very much controlled in all groups and formations.
Yeah.
So
it's so hard to believe.
Yeah. And so your question, I didn't quite answer it, but I would say the founder of Scientology, he was actually psychological warfare in the military, L. Ron Hubbard. I would wager he was under mind control.
Wow. Wow, that's incredible.
As an addendum to that question, Dr. Duncan, I wanted to ask you what your beliefs are around the spirituality of, and also the truth of the spiritualist church who conducts mediumship with their parishioners or within their services. I'm just wondering if that is all mind-controlled too.
Okay, Lily, you're on this call. Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, I think what you're. Let me understand. She's wondering if various religious groups are infiltrated by mind control, and so in other words, a sermon he gives would be a mind control sermon, so that the content of what he's delivering is maybe a faulty interpretation of Scripture. Is that possible?
No, it's the possible. Well, no, they do it to politicians all the time. I assume they might do it to religious leaders, but there's no way to prove any of that. So
is that close, caller? Is that what you were trying to ask?
I've really been questioning that whole belief system that people have in the science and the religion of the Church of Spiritualism, which has been around since, I think, 1840, when the Fox sisters started hearing knots and then interpreting from the alphabet what the spirits were saying to them. So people conduct these services doing actual mediumship, and a lot of people are believing what they say. I don't know if it's true or if it's real or if it's not real.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know what to say. I only know from World War II onward of the technology. So what was World War II, 1930s or so. But remember Nancy Reagan, she talked to the dead a lot, the president was the wife, so it's a good way to manipulate leaders. I had a dream that told me we need to attack Russia or whatever it may be, but we can control the mind both in the subliminal state of dreamland, which percolates up into the consciousness, or directly with voices. But now, if someone starts saying, a president starts saying, God's talking to me, or angels, well, they would be dismissed and, thrown out of office as being crazy. And there's this one judge in the Philippines that started ruling based on the voices he heard in his head, which I knew what the technology was. And they eventually said, okay, you're not fit to judge anymore. But not after many rulings, There are many cases of that. And the trickery is really clever. I mean, I've interviewed over 2,000 people and read many more. And they generally follow the same scripts, but when they specialize them in the trickery, it's funny. Like, there was this one guy in Taiwan who heard voices, and they made him believe, some agent, maybe of their government or whatever, shrunk themselves down, were able to slip under his door crack and crawl in his ear and talk to him, and he believed that. And so, I mean, the things you can make people believe just by, B2K is just amazing, because we don't talk about it on the news, I mean, of course it seems supernatural. But in terms of spirituality, I can't answer this question. How do you know the true God from the fake God? That's something you're going to have to decide for yourself. Use your moral compass. If your God asks you to kill, it's probably not the real God.
Right.
Wow,
Can I get
that's
one more
awesome.
question here,
Quote.
possibly? I have a question for Dr. Duncan about what his belief system now in terms of war. Is there a use for war at all on the earth?
Lily, I'm having.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to
so
understand your question. She kind of broke up there. We're having a hard time hearing you clearly. Did you say, is there a purpose for war?
Yes, I did. I'm wondering if war is
the
at all
wartime
needed.
Oh,
Is war needed?
Think about this as the greatest war weapon ever. You can, if you can control the person with their finger on the button for nuclear weapons, well, you're one step ahead. Now, okay, that's an extreme example, but what if you can make a guy, let's say for a secret mission, hear a pebble or rock click, to his right, and it's all an illusion in his head, and he has to go check it out, and then you break in the door. Or let's say for an army, you can make them fatigued, and we use the LRAD, which is a different technology, and the microwave hearing effect, the Fry effect, on troops in Iraq. This is Allah, give up your arms to the American, come out. And, of course, you're not used to this technology. You're going to believe it. Only God can speak to our minds, with no directional sound. So the wartime effects are supposed to be great, that there'll be no more physical violence other than now we have, of course, artificial intelligent drones that will kill us all after the Skynet takes control. But, but besides that, it's supposed to decrease violence and war. And that's what war is about, is changing people's minds. So if you can literally change their minds, then you won't have war, and that's how they market it at the Pentagon.
Wow. Wow. So much to know, I'll tell you.
But war has moved into the cybersphere, and that's where, I mean, the physical wars have diminished, but the intellectual intelligence warfare is increased.
That's right. It's mind warfare now. And
data control, right?
And data control. Information flows, data control. Yeah, and the brain is, I know a lot of people don't like me saying this, is basically a biological complex computer entity, and so input determines output. And so you can control the input into every human, you can control the output, just like the Borg in Star Trek. And unfortunately, that's where I think we're going. Now, are the Borg happy? I don't know. Are they machines? A part machine. But it's called the field I study that I talk about are hive minds cybernetics. Cybernetics means the melding of machine and biological signal intelligence computers, like human brains, or they could be animal brains, or artificially grown in test tubes. It really doesn't matter. But the human brain in the 1970s was smarter than every computer on Earth. Now imagine we can connect 8 billion human brains together, rather than quantum computers, plus artificial intelligence in a network structure based on trust of who gets to know what and what they can think. You got a powerful brain at your disposal that will influence all action and predict the future of the species better than any single individual chief and commander. So that is kind of one of their goals, and that you brought up. Yes.
Yeah, that was illustrated very well.
Wow. So I guess we could. I feel so privileged that we're able to just thank you for taking the time to answer our questions. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I wanted to call in, and you asked me if I would, and I'm up this late, but I got to go to bed. So I thank you for giving me some time here on your call.
Absolutely.
But, please always take notes, and I want you guys to be very critical, not just of the grammar and the structure of the book, but questions that you want expounded on, because Lily and I are going to rewrite this book to make it a masterpiece, hopefully in the future, soon, at some point. So.
Yeah.
All right, I love you guys. You guys take care, and, God bless. All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Duncan.
Thank you, and God bless.
God bless you. Yes.
Awesome. I suggested, hey, why don't you take a stop by, I'm so glad he did. It was an awesome conversation.
Yeah, it was very synchronistic because I had taken a break from the call and I came right back into this conversation, so that was very fortunate. What the other lady was talking about, which I picked up on, was these people who call themselves channelers and who wrote lots of books in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, how they're getting special wisdom from some entity. I think that is the problem, that to discern which of those people were getting actual spiritual knowledge and which ones were just listening to V2K and writing a book.
Good point, Sue. Wow. Yeah, good point. It calls everything into question. And one of the things that I've actually talked to him about also, to expound on what you're saying, is it sounds like to me that anybody in the kind of position you're talking about, like L. Ron Hubbard, all the way up to all the other, you can call them spiritual philosopher type authors. Leaders. It sounds like leaders, groups, right? Philosophers. It sounds like there's no holds barred as to who they'll manipulate. They'll touch anybody with this stuff. So it could be
especially if they have a following, if they have lots of people buying their books and they have a huge following, what other opportunity would they want except to influence the masses through some other personality, let's say, right? And
the thing about whether you're a good medium or not a good medium is how accurate your data is.
How accurate your reading is?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Things like names, places, dates, actual evidence that what they're saying is legit.
Well, that's something that could actually be manufactured by an AI. I mean, they could download any information that the person asks for. But what I think is somebody who's truly connected with God is going to leave out all kinds of personal information and not even see, not see it, but, because they relate from another level. I mean, somebody who's truly, Christed will only answer in a certain level of light and love. And they, that's, to me, the litmus test, depending on where they're coming from.
I agree. Thank you.
I saw a lot of people, people who promoted their books. I had a radio show. I had a lot of authors on. I interviewed them beforehand. They gave me, we had long conversations. And I really think that, so many of them are just involved in their own ego boosting and, sell my book kind of level. And that's not a very high level. That's pretty much, materialistic and earth-based, intention. So that's how we weed them out, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And I the sense I get from working with some of the folks in this community, including Dr. Duncan, is, and I always get my pom-poms out, but this is a very self-sacrificing position that some of the folks in this community have put themselves into, and that also screams authentic good to me, the fact that they're willing to go out on a limb, and I've said that 3 times tonight, but to take chances on and brave enough to say, hey, they are willing to do this, and look at it this way, I mean, my gosh, where we would all be, where would we be, if we didn't have these folks? And so I'm just so grateful, I mean, and that's the difference. I mean, you heard what he said. He said he would do anything to be able to get any information to us if he had it on how to help to stop it, anything to make us feel better. And he said he would even die to get that information to us. And that's to me, you can't. I believe that. I do believe that, and that willing to help, because he obviously understands that this is the greatest evil and atrocity ever committed, he understands. And that's why I have such an incredible amount of respect for the Dr. Duncans, the John Halls, the Bill Binnies, folks in groups of people. That, some people may not always agree with all the details and all of the points that they come up with and so on and so forth, but the idea is that there are people out there who are fighting for us, who are trying, who are doing things actually probably behind the scenes as well. And it's always good for us to remember that there are people trying. And so when I hear the woman when we opened the call today, who was screaming, she doesn't realize that there are people working. And everybody will, and just as a matter of common sense, people are going to do, if they're driven, and they can sometimes I can't even get out of my own way, but sometimes lately I've been doing better, we're going to do our best to help, and I believe that there's a percentage of people, in these communities that do that. So we are trying. We're all doing our part as best as we can. And if all you can do on your part is 1 minute of 1 hour of 1 day of 1 week to get through each day, minute by minute, that's okay. That's all your part is, that you keep breathing and you keep being strong and you get through it. That's okay too. Yeah. So, all of us have a certain amount on our plate, and, we can all do what we can do.
So we know that.
Yeah.
Stepping back to his reference to Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard, well, he was saying, well, maybe the guy was mind controlled to start that and write those books. But actually, I think he was planted. I think it was designed to put him there, out on his Navy vessel in the middle of international waters, to run this organization. And I don't think it was by mistake. I don't think he is a victim of mind control. I think he is a designer of mind control.
He was an experimented program.
Yeah, exactly. But what was really interesting too is he said, go out and find those 3 books. Well, he couldn't find the books, which means they've got agents going around the country, or maybe not so many physical books anymore, but on the internet they probably have teams of people, buildings full of people that are scouring the web for censorship. If they did that on the ground, they got their hands full culling the internet for information.
Isn't that amazing? Imagine the effort counterintelligence is making to spin everything. These are professional spin doctors, to control. Yeah. And it's the effort. If they would only take all that money, energy, and effort, right, and do positive things with it, could you imagine if they took all that money, all that energy, all that effort to do positive things with it for all of humanity? I mean, they could have changed the world. They could have changed the world. And instead, they've tried for however many decades to cause chaos instead. That was what the most powerful and educated groups in the world decided to do with this.
Yeah.
Which was destroy, so they could gain more power or more money. It baffles the mind. It really does. So I guess
you brought up the point, I think I've heard it before said on the TI calls, that, it's not just to cause destruction, but then it's for them to come back in and act like saviors and save us from this awful evil world.
Exactly. You've got it right there. So we were talking about this on Friday, and was just what you said, that, okay, so what if they're causing all these terrible shootings, for example, and it's not only to take the guns away, the suggestion of implementing gun control, But what if it's just to control fear, create fear, and all these terrible global problems so that they will have an excuse big enough to introduce these weapon systems to stop those shootings, when really they just want to control everybody and they want to control all information, and say that they need this weapon system to spy on everybody, and yet you're going to have to give up some privacy, but hey, we're going to be able to stop the shootings, and then they think everybody's going to behave better, and if everybody knows they're being spied on, then everybody's going to be behaving, nobody's just going to stop crime or whatever. Look, we can stop those shootings. So, when really it's, and what have we learned from history? That absolute power corrupts absolutely. And the more power these people have, these are people with computer, weapons. The more power they have, the more corrupt they get. So what's the answer then? The answer is not mind control from weapon systems. And I have a feeling that if they are causing all this destruction just so they can gain more control later, just imagine what life would be then if they had taken out the oppositional frequencies that they're pumping into communities and individuals like us. What would life be like? There wouldn't be any more. I bet you there would be nominal. The only shootings that would be happening would be learned copycat ones, and they would probably be very far in between, because who knows if they're creating signals, putting in signals in children's minds to be bullying. Are they causing the bullying? What are they causing then? Because here's if they're willing to torture us, imagine what they're doing out in the communities, all of these terrible events that never existed before. Were they trying to instigate children to beat each other up or bully or whatever, to make it look natural? Because guess what? There has never been an increase in that kind of negative, awful behavior as there is now, and especially when I'll be honest with you. Remember our parents and our grandparents telling us those stories about how they had to, walk through 5 miles of snow to get to school in their bare feet, or whatever terrible I had to deliver newspapers at 3 a.m. to get to school. Then I had to leave at 6 o'clock to get to school. Okay. Well, guess what? They were worked hard. Kids, kids never dreamed. There was bad things that they did at school, but there wasn't shooting and killing people like this. So isn't it amazing?
Yeah, there's an increase in mass shootings, mass assaults lately. I mean, the last, 6 months or so. And I think there was 9 of them just this weekend.
Exactly. And to add to the point, yes. So to add to that is that all of our parents and our grandparents didn't have the conveniences that our children do today, right? You would think that our children would be even more content. They don't have to get up at 3 a.m. and go deliver newspapers or ice or milk to help supplement their parents' income at the age of 10. Now, my father actually did stuff like that when he was a kid in the 30s. So you would think that our children would be happier and not willing to shoot people. So where is that coming from then? How come those things are happening in society? I just that's a really loud anonymous. Hang on. Oh, they're gone. So just, and we know, what do we have to ask ourselves, what do we know? We know how sophisticated these weapon systems are. We know how serious the torture is. We know they don't play games. If they're willing to kill people, harass people, and scare us at this level, and that's why I asked Dr. Duncan, are you telling me that there's no holds barred with these people? That means they're willing to touch anyone to further their cause. They're willing to create people like L. Ron Hubbard situations. They're willing to create some of those authors maybe, some of those religious peoples, anyone that they can put in a position to cause disinformation, for who knows why. They want to see what they can make people believe or whatever, for whatever their purpose or reason is. So, in other words, they're willing to do anything to further their agenda. And for whatever reason, okay, it's really super destructive right now. It's very destructive. And so it just makes you wonder. They're psychotic, They're just psychotic. Anonymous, would you like to?
Yeah, actually. Hi, Lily.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, Sue. Hi, everybody. Unfortunately, I missed most of the interview tonight. I hope he comes back soon.
This will probably be up on YouTube. It was a really good conversation, and Frank just informed me that he has uploaded the Monday night calls to YouTube. At least one of them, May 31st. But he mentioned that he's going to try to get the other shows up. So I'm sure this one will be up.
Okay. I had something, an idea came to me. I missed your question to him about whether they have any boundaries or not, but in my experience they don't. And that's a real problem. Without any morality and the use of these powerful weapons, these powerful systems that are tied into consciousness and reality itself, with a different physics than we're being taught, it's quite almost the worst case scenario for humanity.
It is, yeah, I agree.
And then that drives us that sets the question in front of us: how do we defend ourselves against this and push back against the onslaught of these weapons? And one idea that came to me is, since they're trying to basically create a facsimile of reality, it becomes important to hone your tools to discern reality, the true reality, the one that has a divinity in it, without this corrupted flow of information and data. And one way possibly to do that is to test the vibration of the data information that you're getting at any given time and see whether it's organic, whether the thought might be organic in nature or artificial in nature, cybernetic, whatever word you want to use, artificial. That's one idea that came to me, and I just wonder what other people might think.
Well, what's a practical? Can you give me a practical example of what you're saying? What would that look like? How do you take something as data, let's just say information, and test it to whether it's credible or believable or as a credible source? What would that test look like?
And really, where is the origin of the information coming from?
Yeah.
And the idea is basically nature itself, Mother Nature, the planet, in a way, is really where God's handiwork resides, you could say, in its most accurate fidelity, without having the possibility of ego interfering and other ways to corrupt the accurate nature of reality. If you're in nature and you're still under the onslaught of these weapons, it might be easier to get in touch with the earth frequencies, touching a tree, sitting on the ground, exposing as much of yourself to the ground as possible, and then start sifting through the thoughts, if you have this kind of thing happening, and see what is the vibration of this thought, what is the frequency of this thought, is it artificial, is it real, is it in tune with the earth, is it organic or is it artificial, is it stemming from yourself, is it coming from external sources, so to speak? Which even to talk like that makes you sound crazy in this psychiatric obsessed world. But
yeah, but I think a lot of us long for that simplicity. I used to think that living in a geographical location, such as in a town with many universities. I live in an area where there's like 5 colleges in 3 miles. And that kind of intellect is exhausting some of the time, to be honest with you. And not that I don't mind learning and all the, obviously. I mean, I'm educated myself to some extent. But my point is that it can be very tiring. And if you then I guess what we should be asking is, what is the value of belief then? Because they're trying to manipulate our beliefs, and if they're successful, what does that really translate into for us? Look, your computer gives us serious feedback.
Yeah, there's a lot of interference going on at any given time.
Sorry. Yeah. So it just makes me wonder then, to ask the question, what is the value of belief then? And what should we believe? And what do we trust as an authority for information in our lives? And, what kind of power should a person have in our life to give us advice and what to believe? And I'm not talking necessarily about somebody like Robert Hall or Dr. Duncan about this technology. I'm talking about the people out in the communities that are religious or philosophical or even political. It's really good to examine that, where we're getting our information from.
Right.
And does it seem natural?
I have to say, in the last 15, 20 years, much of the information in this society in particular is probably co-opted by this technology, affected by this technology. There's so much misinformation out there at this point that, as Sue was saying, even the authors that are writing books left and right about, their lives and supposed information from the other dimensions, a lot of it is just hogwash. Because you see the signs, if you're familiar with this technology, you see the signs overall that the quality of information is declining at a precipitous rate.
Mm-hmm.
And the point is always the same agenda, to separate us, to confuse us. The symptoms of it is info campaign to destroy the society on a wholesale level.
Yeah, because truth should be unifying,
right,
and not divisive.
Right.
What's natural? Racism is not natural.
Right.
Racism is unnatural, for example. So we should all be unified under the idea to love everybody in their various gorgeous colors, So start with basics like that.
Right.
Well, this is something that they could accomplish using this voice of God deal. They could unify everyone to believe a certain thing, and if there's an agreement, that doesn't necessarily mean they're agreeing to the truth. That just means that they're all agreeing to the voice in their head.
Right.
And the other thing I wanted to add is, he said he didn't think they were going to use Project Bluebeam as the savior in the sky, like a hologram. But I'm thinking, you know what? They might still do that, and as a precursor to this amazing event, they could cause like all kinds of havoc, and then, you know, voice of God to like 7 million people, and say, well, but the Savior is coming, and then Project Bluebeam, and he appears in the clouds, and everyone worships it.
Right.
So
this is the problem.
That could really be, that could be a real turning point in our history.
Yeah. This would be the first time in recorded mainstream history, at least, that it's been done like that. I have some experience talking to so-called enlightened people in various cultures. I have seen firsthand that they are not immune to this technology also, and I have verified it to myself. So the power of this technology is truly planet.
That they do know.
It needs to be shut down. You have to dismantle this control grid. There is no way you can allow this technology to continue to be used without any restrictions and in such a covert fashion, and yet so obviously, to destroy all of humanity and our knowledge base and our morals and our children and the planet itself ultimately, to turn us all into slaves without free will, not able to discern the voice of the divine from anything else, and to degrade us beyond measure. This is incredible that it's happening in our lifetimes.
Mm-hmm. You said you had talked to some leaders. Are you saying they did know or they did not know?
They did not know, Sue. This is what scares me. Not only did they not know, they thought they were relaying divine information.
Oh, yeah, and then they build cults around it, you know.
Yeah.
Jim Jones and the guy with the, you know, where they all committed suicide. I forget that one, but that's
right. And if they're trying to give you personal life information or life advice, and it turns out to be wrong, just like, you know, your average psychic, so to speak, and they still have a cult following afterwards, and no one else believes you when you try to tell them this guy is under some mind control sometimes.
And if you try to get out, right, then there's a lot of gang stalking and harassment, which is, you know, part of the protocol.
Sure. But you know, in certain parts of the world, spiritual leaders are just a part of society. Unlike here, they have their built-in followings. And if you speak out against that person, people will tend to disbelieve you just because they are who they are, supposedly. Never mind that there is technology out here that is being used planet-wide that can corrupt the flow of information to anyone at any time. It can take over any conversation. And we have no controls on it.
It can take over anybody's computer who's doing the research. They know that somebody, as soon as they type in the search word, they can already filter what they're allowed to see and what they're not allowed to see.
Exactly. And you know, Google already stated that it's personalizing search results, which is ridiculous in the first place. It just increases the separation between people, and the filters are reinforced in this country, which is already pathological, at a pathological level.
Please keep talking. I'll be back in a moment. Thanks, guys. Great combo.
So that's why I brought up the that idea that I had, which is trying to get a discernible way of identifying the level of the source that the information is coming from that one is getting.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you know, maybe not everyone will agree, but I think sensitivity to these different energies is like reading a book or reading a painting or listening to complex music, which it is. If you know how to discern the tones and the vibrations and the effects, then you will be able to read these energies better. But it takes an incredible amount of sensitivity. And I think that's why some of us are targeted heavily, because they don't want us to be able to discern those different frequencies, different levels. And there are, as you said, yeah.
Right, exactly. Because it's a viable tool. And not only that, it actually encourages us on our growth pattern as a species to the next level of consciousness. And it's really a return to ancient knowledge, use of ancient knowledge, which is really what they don't want.
Yeah, Gnostic.
Because then we realize that we're connected to the universe in a very real, tangible, much as we're connected to the material world these days with Einstein physics and all this, and Newtonian physics, with this other physics, scalar physics, or etheric physics, plasma physics, we are really connected to the universe. And once you realize you're connected to the universe, you are much larger than just your planet or yourself. And if your science can show that to you and you hear that every day, your lives are different. You get to the next level of development as a species. So I think possibly one way as a group on these calls to start combating this technology is to start writing down a guidebook or a playbook for defensive techniques to combat this stuff. Because this is not only, as Mark Rich says on his website, newworldwar.org, which is, I would recommend to anyone and everyone who is going through this stuff really, as a good basic primer and understanding of all this in all its facets. Probably 90% of it is relevant to anyone on this call. These people, or whoever is doing this, is interested only in chaos, destruction, and war. They have no interest in peace. They see us as a threat, us being the majority of people on this planet. They have no brakes on their actions. They have no morality that agrees with us. They don't see humanity as a positive. And I think they think their survival is at stake. So if we don't defend ourselves, it is really a worst-case scenario, especially when you brought up the idea of a savior and the fact that no one is immune to this technology.
Yeah, but let me frame everything that we've said for the last hour and a half with God's design is impermeable. Nobody can change the destiny He has for our world and for our races and everything, all the different. He is the one that's going to call in justice in His own way. And that's outside of their belief. They can't combat that.
I understand that viewpoint. I have subscribed to it in the past. And it is true. It is still true. But it is also true that we must do our part. And in any war, one cannot ignore the fact that there is a war going on. And one has to take certain defensive steps and maybe even offensive steps to further the cause of justice, as you were saying, and goodness, wholesomeness, etc. Because that is what is under attack on this planet for some time now. And I don't mean just 50 years, I mean hundreds of years, thousands of years. And we are facing an endgame scenario, I think, with this vaccine.
Well,
that's the problem.
Most of us are fighting. So
right.
I just wanted to.
But we're not fighting effectively.
I didn't want to leave a sense of futility in
right.
the group.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like the idea about testing the validity of thoughts, or vibration of thoughts, that may be, it needs more research, more data to say that it is an actual way to discern where the information is coming from. But things like that, things like having Dr. Duncan on the call, who obviously has a lot of knowledge, and other people, getting Mark Rich on the calls also, getting together a common body of knowledge so that we can see the pattern, the overall patterns, and then start to discern how to fight back.
Yes, and that's what I'm working on right there. So what I'm trying to do is get as much information as possible and work with Dr. Duncan and putting it in a way that's understandable for everybody. To put it under an umbrella of not to give you information that has anything to do with how do I explain that? Religious or spiritual, not to feed you in a religious or a soul way, but to talk about what we know. And to get all the information that is knowable into kind of like one book. When it comes to what is going on, without the rabbit holes, without the oh gosh, how to explain that?
Without going down the false pathways.
Yeah, without the false information narratives and going far down those rabbit holes. We're not going to talk about aliens and UFOs. We're going to talk about technology in a way that's relatable. And then what nefarious people want to do with that energy. Weapon system. And because that's what we know. And if you know, isn't it? Are you guys getting that echo? Do you mind if I don't know how to mute. To stop the echo.
I hear the echo. Yeah.
And what's weird is that when he starts talking, it goes away.
Is it me?
Yeah, it's coming from your line.
Okay, hold on.
There.
A lot of specialized interference.
Yeah. Now it stopped. So what we're trying to do is rethink what we know and put it in a way that as this has become clearer and clearer, that this is much trickery that's going on now globally, okay, to destabilize how they're doing it and why, not as much the bigger reasons as to what people think, as to why, but for what we do know. And I find it so interesting that the alien issue is that so secretive. If the aliens were real, they would be here talking to the everyday folk. Okay, they wouldn't be hiding on an elusive airbase somewhere where nobody knows. There wouldn't be hiding those spacecraft. There wouldn't be these aliens down in tunnels that are beating everybody up. They would be at the mall, hanging out at the food court, going, "Dude, let me try your really good burger." Aliens would not be hiding, and they wouldn't be conversing solely with military people. That's so bogus. And that it wouldn't be all hidden So we can
Well, I think the disinfo aspect of reality has been going on for so long that it's hard to discern reality about anything. We don't even know who our leaders are, much less the reality about life in the universe and whether it's here or not. Everything has been corrupted.
Yeah,
and
but
restoring the purity of information, whether it's aliens or the food supply, or whether the ground is radioactive due to nuclear weapons testing. It's all been affected by a concerted effort to keep us in the dark. And when you want to keep a populace in the dark, planet-wide, or especially in the U.S., you start with the educational system. You start with the news media outlets. You start with the newspapers. And you start with everything you can get your hands on that will serve your purpose, including government. All of these things I've named, to people on this call, you know that they've already been corrupted, almost beyond repair. To make a judgment about anything as being real or not real at this point, I think we have to wait on these things, because discernment has to come first and foremost. We are only one planet out of trillions in the universe. I don't want to say that aliens are not or have not visited this planet, because they certainly have been in the entertainment and media for a long, long time. There's a reason it's called programming.
Well, the way I look at the alien issue, the way I'm going to approach it for my own person is I'm not going to spend my effort and my time and my energy imagining whether they exist until one shows up at my doorstep or at the mall.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you spend a lot of time talking about them. For someone who doesn't believe them, you spend a lot of time on this call talking about them, with all due respect. I guess that's the thing, is when you talk about something not existing as much as you talk about something not existing, I think that's when it raises an issue more often than...
I've never talked about aliens, not once. I've never talked about aliens, ever.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different call, because often when we start on the call, I feel like there's a lot. But no, I thought that this was about TIs and targeting and stuff. I didn't realize we were talking about headline news and stuff. I'm sorry, but you can go on, and I'm sorry to interrupt. It's all very interesting to me. I'm fairly new to this community. I just, the DEWs, a lot of the stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Ella Free talks about. Ella Free actually. Yeah.
Well, it's connected. That's what you have to see. The way they're mind controlling the masses is an extended version of what we're going through.
Yeah, and it'd be great for some people.
That echo is really annoying. I can't hear her.
Yeah, the gentleman, if you could mute while she talks, that might be helpful. Go ahead, Nina.
Oh, no, all I'm saying, and I don't hear the echo when I speak, I hear the echo when you speak. So you must be hearing the echo when I speak. Am I?
No, it's when the gentleman comes on the line. It's his computer for some reason. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Nina, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
I'm just saying that, like I said, it's been several years now. I've been, sort of educating myself autodidactically. Gaia TV, I don't know if you've heard of this guy named, a lot of people follow him as well. named David Wilcock, and he talks about a lot of fringe knowledge, science, esoteric subject matter and stuff on Gaia. He had a series called Wisdom Teachings. It went on for, I don't know, something like 15, 20 seasons, like a bunch. But, you know, I take everything with a grain of salt, and the way he presents it all, it's very much like he cites his sources, and then he says, do your own research. Do your own research. He doesn't try to tell anybody anything's real, anything's fact. He just says, you know, this is the information he has. And he had something to do with, was it Ra, the whole thing about that woman who went under hypnosis and talked about, like, I am Ra, and, like, went through this whole elaborate thing about what this entity that spoke through her. But, you know, again, take it all with a grain of salt, and everyone should do their own research. And yes, I think when things are publicized like this, typically they're distracting us from the truth. Like, when you hear too much about something, it's like, it's good to just raise an eyebrow about it and say, you know, maybe this is supposed to divert us from what's really going on. Like, why, you know, when we talk about coronavirus, we hear about that day in and day out when there's so many things going on in the world. And yes, maybe this is the most important thing, but so that's all. That's my 2 cents. And feel free to comment, critique, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I've seen David on several different programs, and I mean, like you said, I mean, you have to cut through the layers. I mean, where they're coming from, what their background is, how they filter the information that comes to them before they even get to presenting to the masses. And, you know, you have to see if they have an intention, just like our so-called leaders, what their true intentions are. Some of them just are there to keep a certain rhetoric going while the deep state does whatever it wants. You know, if they can keep people busy with the rhetoric and the headlines, then they don't have to pay attention to what's going on underneath or in and around the invisible cyberspace, whatever they call that now.
What I'm trying to do is this technology can cause people to go to places of belief, right, that isn't necessarily related to what they're really doing. I'm just repeating what you guys are saying. So what I'm trying to do is to discern exactly what the technology is, how they use it on us, and why, and how and what they're doing to the rest of the world with it, without getting into, oh, there really are aliens, or oh, there really is a flat earth, or oh, there really is whatever intelligent argument as to why people believe the way they do. I'm not talking about belief systems, or to expound on that, rabbit holes either, or religious or spiritual, and all the spirituality that's out there. I'm trying to get the facts to people as to how they manipulate your mind to trick you into believing that people are doing what they're doing to hurt you, so that you don't lash out and hurt them. And it's all trickery is the point. It's kind of like watching David Copperfield or, you know, Chris Angel on TV doing their magic tricks. And you're like, how did they just do that? This is what, and having somebody tell you and debunking how Chris Angel does his magic trick, I would love that. But that's what we're trying. I'm trying to debunk the power they have over us with this technology, and realizing how tricky it is, and without getting into belief of your personal beliefs, your religious or spiritual convictions, or your convictions as to whether the existence of aliens is real. Until, for me, what I'm going to do is, until one asks to have a burger at my next barbecue, until one can produce it, I'm not going to spend the energy believing it. because that's just my personal opinion, and it doesn't mean I'm ignorant and can't possibly be other habited planets, somewhere else in the universe. That's not what, I don't need to, my intellect doesn't, we don't need to go there. That's not what I'm trying to do in my own personal life. I'm really focused on what the hell they've been doing to me for 28 years, and actually my whole family, and how disruptive and destructive they've been to me and my family, and from what I hear to all of you. And everybody's entitled to their own belief. That's what a free will is. You can choose to believe what you want to believe spiritually, in this case, they're fighting for our free will to see what they can make us believe, and everybody else. And it is a kind of a war. I feel like I've been in a war for 28 years. So that's what I'm trying to do in defense of myself. So I'm not trying to convince anybody that aliens are real or not real. I'm just not going to go there. And in my personal belief, I don't believe in aliens. I'll just on the record, for me, I don't at all. You're more than welcome to believe in aliens. It doesn't mean I'm ignorant, because believe me, I have spent a lot of time thinking about aliens, and I've searched and searched and searched and searched. I've listened to people's arguments. I've listened to the debates. I've read books. I have an incredible, just like all of you, background of whatever it is you've done. I've tried to do in my life to become educated, and so.
You're okay. Don't worry about it.
I'm just going to work with Dr. Duncan and try to get as much information and as we can, and understand things so that people aren't going to be as hurt by this. Trying to mitigate the damage it's causing. To our person, and that's what we need to stop. You can believe whatever you want. I just want to. I want to debunk the pain and suffering they're causing as real. It's because it's perceptory.
Lily, may
and
I
how
say
do
something?
We stop it? Yeah, please do. Who's this?
Guess who?
Is that Luda? Hi, Luda.
I agree with you to some degree. Those that are having tremendous transformations in their minds, memory, mental being. But after being in wound care for 2 months to try to save my life physically, and about to enter it again for the second time, I can honestly say that I could have never done to my body what they've done. There's no trickery about it. It's all here. Yeah. I didn't see my friends who came from Rochester today, 80 miles away, for 3 weeks. I was sitting on the porch, and the fellow of the marriage was looking for me on the porch, and I finally heard that it was him. He kept saying, "Where's Luda? I thought she was going to sit and wait for me." She's always promptly here on time. He didn't recognize me. He did not recognize my face. There has been so much change made in my body. Totally. Pictures, there's no comparison, even 6 months ago. So it's fine for those suffering all kinds of mental issues. Personally, I don't have problems with this like I do physically. Mine, I would say, is 90% physical. My mind is still intact. My belief systems, my memory, details back to age 5. I don't have a lot of problems, and I'm sorry for all those who do. We all have our own protocol, our own program that we've been thrust into against our will, without our permission. But as I'm saying, mine is physical. On the boots on the ground, right here. I was burnt badly, so badly this afternoon. I went to another part of the building. I just come back now after midnight. I have sheet metal, 7 foot high, surrounding me on all sides. I will sit up all night because I'm sleep deprived. and be very uncomfortable just to live another day. But this is what I have found that seems to work the best. Heavy rubber and sheet metal. And I'm microwave burned. My legs are burnt to a French fry. My feet. And the more they burn them, the more they love to burn them, it looks like. Anyway, I won't take any time, but this is
I totally believe that that's your experience. I'm so sorry you're going through this again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does the nurse?
Luda, what do you use to treat the wounds? Just for anybody else who's getting
when the nurses come, they come every other day, and it's total compression. They wrap big bandages on my legs, and I can't even take a shower by the time I'm in the program when I sign up for it. It's every other day, and they're here for an hour and a half, taking off bandages, putting on bandages. And believe it or not, they had the outside of my legs looking quite normal, although they were still blown up to some degree. The skin was healthy. And compression is the best way to treat these microwave burns. I've tried everything. Doctors on my team have tried everything. And finally, one guy said, one of my best friends is director of the wound care, aggressive wound care program in this part of the state. We're going to see if we can't get you into that. And we have tried everything in the world. Let's try this. And that's the thing that did it, but it took like 2 months. And they came back to normal. And then I was supposed to stay in compression 12 hours a day, but I could not find any compressive items being independent, free of the program, and signed off the program to use for compression. And I still haven't, because my legs have been blown up so big. It's not fluid. The tissue has been changed, just like putting meat in the microwave, as we all know. Things have changed molecularly. DNA has changed. Everything has changed in my body from this whole experience. But the point of it is compression seems to have worked the best. And you have to worry about infection. Even if there's no open wounds, right now my legs are weeping again, which is bad. But even if there's no open wounds, you can have an internal infection. And if you feel a lot of heat in your legs, for example, and you see them as being discolored and red or pinker, there could be an infection under the skin. So you have to treat that as well. And I'm constantly running down the rabbit hole after that. So it's not a fun way to live, but I just marvel with the beautiful days we've been having, the sunshine, been participating in a yard sale, made some extra money. My computer is totally hacked into, my phone, everything else, so looking for a better typewriter. My typewriter is 60 years old, and it doesn't type well at all. A lot of keys are missing. But I've got to find some kind of a typing machine that's manual or whatever that I can rely on. Because I don't, the top most intelligence people in Russia do not use computers. They use only typewriters. You know that. People don't realize this. Because anybody can get into any kind of computer anytime they want. There's always a way. So anyway, I have a few people behind me trying to get my book published, to see that in people's hands before I'm walking off the edge of the earth onto the next life, maybe. But anyway, I'd like to.
Well, it's really good to hear from you, Luda. Oh, there's an echo.
I have a question for her. Luda, did you try anything natural?
Say it again?
Did you try anything natural for your legs, like the aloe vera or scalar silver?
That's all I
doctors recommended?
Natural. I was born into folk medicine. Never used an antibiotic until I was 6 years old.
Okay. So what did you try specifically on your legs?
Well, I've tried a lot of things. Rosemary's in rosemary herbs. I hear my echo. Let me see if I can get. I've done a lot with different herbs. I've worked with supplements. I don't find a problem with the nerves in my legs. It's strictly microwave burning. And I've been using silver sulfadiazepine as an ointment, which is used for regular burn victims, but it has helped to take the pain away and use heavy bandaging. I do take heavy supplements, iodine, all kinds of, thyroid support. I do a lot of things. But I really, even my doctor will say, well, we really could try this medicine or antibiotic or whatever the heck. It's a hard thing to battle when you don't even know what you're battling. And like all the doctors never have treated radiation burns. They don't know what to do with it. They really don't. You can go into the most up-to-date, well-equipped burn center. We have a terrific one here. Jim Kelly, the quarterback for the Buffalo Bills, is always treated there for his cancer and different things. And, they treat the best in the world, and they don't know how to treat microwave radiation burns. They don't. They're not schooled on it. So they'll do anything I want them to do. They'll help me find anything I want them to find. But it's like being a pioneer, really.
Okay, so I have a suggestion. It's kind of out of the microwave energy. The microwaves in everybody's houses really are toxic. The West German army discontinued use of them after about a week or two, just because they were having such a bad effect on their troops back in the 50s or 60s.
I've never used one. I wouldn't even know how to.
No, but I'm saying microwave in general will change the DNA. It changes the DNA of your food probably when you use it, when you heat it.
I know it does, yeah. That's why I don't use it.
Okay, so there is a product, now it's used only for food, to restore the energy of that food after you've microwaved it. There are several websites that sell these things. One is called ADR-4 on lifeenthusiast.com. But I don't, it's used only for food, and it's not used for health purposes, necessarily directly wound care or anything like that. But you might try calling the person who owns that website, and maybe he knows a lot about health. Might try calling him and talking about this to see if something like that could be used kind of out of its purpose to restore some normalcy to the tissue, or see what he suggests. He's quite knowledgeable.
It's a very good idea. And one thing I forgot to say is that these perpetrators are totally out of control. They have no idea how powerful these weapons are, and they're 25 feet from my head. Using them. This is very, very, very sad. But I will look into that. I think that's a good idea.
Okay, it's life-enthusiast.com.
Enthusiast.com. Okay, I'll remember. Yeah.
And he's cured himself of several things. And he understands this stuff.
I don't think you realize either that I'm blind on top of this whole thing, battling this. I've been battling it for 25 years now. And sleep deprived for 11. I sleep maybe an hour and a half a day, at most. So it's not a picnic party for a lot of us.
No, not at all.
But it's another day.
You sound pretty good though for the situation. I have to say, Miss Luda.
Yeah.
You sound pretty good.
Yeah, I feel terrific. If it wasn't for this program, all the doctors said I would live well to be over 100. Because there was nothing wrong with me whatsoever. Nothing other than my vision is shot, but that doesn't involve my health in any way. I just don't see so pretty good. And I don't consider myself handicapped. I just don't see so pretty good, that's all. I don't use a cane, I don't use a seeing eye dog. I'm totally aware of everything about me, and probably more aware of, based on my touch and hearing primarily, and smell from I'm also chemical poison and biowarfare attacked daily. That's on top of the whole thing. 24/7 I've got chemicals shot at me. So it's, it goes from benzene to phosphine. It goes from one to another. all the primarily, I think they're using the glyphosate, the pesticides, because that's cheap. Even the Germans admitted it was very cheap. So that's one of the biggest things. But like I say, I'm not complaining. I don't like it any more than any one of you do. But I just look to the best side of everything. I'm very active. I'm out in the farms every day, and I live in the country, not far from town, but in the country. You know, I've got deer in my backyard here, in a building of 49 other seniors over 62, and the building is just swarming with perpetrators that are paid, given cars and everything else to spy on me and hurt me. It's a terrible thing. And these handheld weapons are just as bad as the big magnetron that I've got up there. And you know, when you drive around the building, when you get on the opposite side of where this apartment is, your radio goes absolutely static bonkers. You can't even hear your radio. There's such interference from what's going on with the magnetron. It interferes outside all the way around. It's not just immediate. These weapons are so destructive. And like I say, the people, the rogue tribe of idiots that have them have no clue how much they're hurting us. They don't have a clue. But they have totally destroyed my body. I mean, I was Miss Lithuania America in 1965. I don't even resemble what... You know, even as you age, you still can recognize a person. My voice is very unique, and all my friends recognize my voice. But as far as my appearance, I look like a little elf, you know, with the little elf ears and the nose that's been reconstituted, and the face. I no longer have a Baltic face anymore with the higher cheekbones and the longer face. They've made me a little scrunched up elf face, and you know, it's incredible. But like I say, I'm still breathing and I'm still vertical, and they're, you know, always having a plan of separating me from society. So I have to always be worrying about locks that don't work, and it's just one thing after another. And I wish everybody the best, but the thing that I've learned is just be very positive, and I have my day all set in advance for tomorrow and for the next week. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I have everything to look forward to. More reasons to live than to die. I have no reason to die, none, but I have millions of reasons to live. So I give that bit of advice: just be very positive, no matter how much they hammer you, how much they interfere with your mind, your memory. Just keep looking forward, because I think a lot of it you can restore to yourself. Stay healthy, think natural, and this is the best thing. I was raised, and this young man I don't think realized, but I was born into a culture where we lived off the land, and our gardens had more herbs and spices than it did vegetables and fruits. But my parents always had a remedy for anything. We didn't use doctors. We didn't use medicine, and it worked very well. I think that's what's kept me healthy, quite frankly, is living off the land. But anyway...
Yeah. The solution for all this pretty much lies in nature and with Mother Earth. It does not lie in more technology.
Yeah, I know. Well, they pointed this out to me by stealing my tape recorder today. I mean, they steal constantly, and I refuse to sit here and guard my personal possessions. They steal at least twice a day. I have things stolen, and it's terrible. It's a terrible thing, but we're very vulnerable, especially single women. If you have any type of challenge or impairment, it's even worse. And if your family has been separated from you, I think that's the most devastating. And I have a daughter I'll never see again. I haven't seen her in 6 years, and she jumped ship, decided that I was crazy, and just didn't give me any support. And she's living the high life, very, very wealthy, has a place in Paris, a place on Lake Como, and I live like a church mouse, you know, as far as finances go. But she's living the life of Riley. But anyway, that's what happens. This is what they do to their minds, too, especially the young people. She's 48 years old. So it's a terrible thing. I think that's the most devastating part, is being separated from your family. I can take the pain. I have to. I have no choice. But the family ties, the bonds between parent and child are probably amongst the strongest in the world. Yeah, but anyway. Yeah.
I'm so sorry that you go through that. I'm sorry. I also feel that way about my family. It's pretty bad how much that's interfered with, and I also have things stolen from me every day also. So I know how you feel.
On the same plan. We might have failed us into the same plan.
Yeah, maybe. I know there's theories that it's all different entities doing it to people, but it may just be less than we think. I don't know.
And there's video cams that see all this, but yet they have the best technicians. I happen to know one of them from Europe that's in this program of mine locally, and he's just ruthless. And he invented packet sniffing, if anybody knows what that is. But anyway, the problem is this stealing. You can't defend yourself unless you're in the apartment. If you're outside and you leave, it's free game for them because they can get into anything. They've gotten into my friend's floor safe twice, a combination, and I had things in there. I figured, well, that has to be the safest place on the planet, and they took only my things, not his. So there's no way to preserve anything. I mean, I must have replaced the birth certificate at least 5 times. I mean, there's a lot of me walking around this planet, I'm very sure. Because they've taken all my identity many times. Yeah, but it's an interesting concept, and I'm trying to educate people slowly about this. And I have a couple relatives that are very supportive, and they call me every day, one from Pittsburgh, a cousin, and one from California. Every day I receive a phone call. So it's wonderful. Nice that cousins are involved, but I feel so sad because I've really been downsizing and trying to get everything straightened around, getting rid of any type of furnishing that I don't use, any possession that I don't use. It's so hard to see, my favorite cast iron frying pan go that my parents gave me 54 years ago. That was the hardest thing to see go, I'm telling you. But it's hard, but if I don't downsize, I have nobody to do that in the end days. So I have to do all this myself now, and it's planning your funeral, doing everything yourself. So anyway, that's not to be depressing. I just feel that we have to be very organized. I have no will that will be probated because I have nothing to probate. So everything is written and out 7 pages by myself and notarized, and that's it. That's the end after that. So be organized. Like I say, I can't wait for tomorrow to come. I have so many plans I want to do and get done. There's not enough. I've always wanted 42 hours of daylight and 4 hours of night. That would be a perfect day for me. I just dread the nights when they come. Of course, that's the worst. From 10 o'clock at night until 6 in the morning. That's the absolute worst. But now I'm trying this sheet metal idea tonight.
Do you find that they come into your home when you're sleeping? Like that's one of the things that I even have cameras, in my house, and I feel like, all they need to do is turn the Wi-Fi off, and then there's no cameras, which is something I think they do.
There's things that you can do with your door. I only have one door entry, and the windows are locked. 2 of them. And our apartments are, they fiddle with the locks all the time. But if you use different things to work from the inside, I have not had a problem here. It's when I leave. Like today, I had to get more shipping tape and a few things out. And put a couple dollars from the yard sale into the bank, and when I was out, probably an hour, not even an hour, that's when all this happens. When you're away from your apartment, there's so many perps around here that spy on me, and there's one person that's kind of the head honcho on the ground here, and they all report to him. I don't know whether they're paid in cash or cards, but I know they've got cars, new cars.
Where do you reside?
Western New York, about, I'd say half an hour from Buffalo. I'm closer to Lake Ontario, near the Erie Barge Canal. Goes across New York State. I'm near a lot.
There's a lot.
Pardon?
There's a lot of stuff up there. I mean, TI stuff in your experience.
Well, they've really focused on me. Although I only know Mike Mason. If anybody knew him, he's in about 6 miles from me. And I don't know of. I have to believe Western New York is 7 counties. I have to believe there are many TIs, but I don't know them, and it's hard to locate them. If I scared up all the people who belong to my ethnicity and started a big organization here, but I did it through educational radio and ads in newspapers and university posters and different things. But I don't have the time to start doing that for TIs. I mean, I'm just trying to survive every hour. So if I had the time, I would look for them. But I really don't have any TIs close to me here. He's, like I say, 6 or 7 miles away, and I don't know of anybody that's in my town. Although I'm very sure they're here. Very sure.
What type of art do you do?
Well, first of all, I'm knitting is my opium. I've been knitting for 72 years, so
wow.
I love to knit. And just like now, I'm sitting here knitting. I sell some small stuff in different ways, different at the turkey barn when they're doing fresh turkeys in November. They set me up a table, and I'm a knitter primarily and a writer, author. So those are my 2 creativities, and I really need a means of writing them. Like, I don't have email. I haven't had email nearly 2 years. That doesn't bother me, but once you take away my ability to write, that is very, very difficult. So I love to knit, and I've made, I don't do Afghans. I do all kinds of coats and sweaters and things that are utilitarian. Save money. Most of my coats are usually knitted, very heavy wool blends and all kinds of stuff. But
that's awesome. I like to crochet, but I don't. Do you follow patterns or do you make stuff up?
Well, I about 7 or 8 years ago I started to use patterns, but up until then everybody called me an architect with yarn, because I pictured it in my head. And the thing that I won at the State Fair, I won first prize in all of the handicraft section, and it was a big building, and my jacket was first prize of all the crafts and arts, and it had 9 different patterns on it, and I created that in my mind and knitted it as I went. I planned it out in my mind mentally, kept track on an abacus with the patterns, and used Braille writer to keep my patterns, sometimes 4 or 5 of them going at the same time. And I invented a reversible cable. So a cable on one side looks beautiful, but on the back side it's not so pretty. But I can make it look equally the same on both sides. And that's the first time anybody ever saw that stitch done.
That's awesome. What kind of materials, what type of yarn do you use? Natural fibers, or do you use like acrylic?
No, I don't use acrylics unless it's for people that want to throw stuff in the washer, like doing hats and mittens in the wintertime and things like that. But otherwise, I use combinations like casual, which is cashmere mixed with wool. I use all kinds of wool blends. One of my favorites is alpaca. It's very warm and lightweight. And I use primarily natural fibers. Yeah, and that's expensive. So if I'm making something for someone, I have to calculate the cost of the yarn. I don't ever get paid. Now I'm just making reversible pattern dishcloths. Lily has seen them. She can tell you about them. But those are easy to sell because everybody loves them. The only place you can find them is if somebody makes them. You can't go into Walmart and buy one. So those I make constantly. Yeah, and I can get maybe 2 done in a day if I work hard. So
a reversible dishcloth?
Yeah, I have reversible pattern on both sides, and usually 3 or 4 patterns on the same cloth. Because I love to do patterns because I have to count every stitch. It's good for my mind, and it's good to keep them out of my head. So I don't have any interference, and I usually count in several
Did you get that box
languages.
yet? Did you get the box back?
No, never.
Oh my gosh.
It was
okay.
intercepted.
Thanks for reminding me. Okay. I needed that reminder. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
So upsetting.
Really a big box. Yeah. But
so she makes the most beautiful. I purchased some washcloths from Luda, and they, the reason I did is my grandma used to make them, and it was always kind of an endearing thing because they last forever, and they're just all natural, right? And you know, it's the simple things, and it makes washing dishes easier when you have a really good washcloth, right? And so she told me she knitted them, and I knew exactly what she was talking about. And sure enough, I bought some from her, and they're beautiful. They're the best washcloths I've ever used. And it matters. It makes a difference when you're in your kitchen scrubbing stuff. So I love them. So Luda, I'll get that.
Some people use them as doilies. They use them for all kinds of things.
Yeah.
You can wash dishes with them. You can clean with them. You can put them on the counter and throw your keys on them. They come in handy. I always carry one and mop up something if I spill it. Just a lot of things. If you're going as let's say to a party and not everybody likes to bring a bottle of wine, a couple of cloths, and they're in seventh heaven. So that's what I'm resigned to now, and I'm very proud that I can still do these because they're complicated to do, and I count in several different languages, backwards, forwards, everything else, just to keep my mind active. Yeah.
That's so nice. Would we be able to buy them from her, or would we get information maybe to a page?
I do sell them. How can I do this? I don't have email. See, this is my whole hang-up. They destroyed my email so bad I can't even use email. So I do everything by mail, and my phone is even corrupted. You may leave a message and I won't get it. It'll be deleted before I listen to it. So unless I'm right there to pick up the phone, it's a tough life. So what I do is work with the Postal Service primarily. They stole my keys and my mailbox key, so sometimes I don't get my mail either. So it's a hit and a miss, right, Lily? I sent Lily a nice, beautiful box of many, many, many cloths, and she wasn't there to sign for it because I thought if I put a signature on it that only she would receive it. She wasn't right there to sign for it, and it never was returned to her or returned to me. That was intercepted.
Yeah, they're supposed to, when you're not there to sign for the package, the post office is supposed to try again. And I didn't get to the post office in time before I realized the date. They gave me like a 2-day chance. And so it was supposed to be sent back to her for her to resend back to me, and it's never gone anywhere that we know of. And I can't call the local post office either because they never pick up their phone. It's all digital. It goes to like the main hub, and there's nobody to talk to. So it's so upsetting because she did all that work. So
But the problem is with this mail system too. We are somehow earmarked because I've even had things mailed from the UPS store when trying to ship. So the post office is another thing. I think they have people working, and they give them our name or address or whatever. When things come through, it's taken out of the system because I know a lot of people have trouble with mail.
Yeah.
It's not just
me. You're right. It is. There's definitely something very weird about the mail system. Yeah, it's definitely. We'll call it hacked, right?
Yeah, I think
with hacked. So I'm not sure if Nina. I can't. She's asking, I think, for contact information for you, Luda.
I can give you my address. I can give you my address.
Okay, so Monique, Monique, if you want to grab a pen, Luda's going to put...
Should I get it through you? I've been trying to reach Frank as well, because I thought perhaps, I was told by Anne from St. Louis, a parents group, but I will get a pen right now if she wants to give it out online, or unless you could email it to me.
I don't have email. I haven't had email.
She cannot email, so everything's going to be through snail mail.
You could email me her address. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, if she doesn't want to give out her address...
Lily has my address. If you can email Lily.
I can email it to you, Nina. Yeah. I can email it to you.
That's what I was going to say, just so she doesn't have to announce it on the phone in case...
Right.
I might get some more new interesting guys using some more new weapons on me. It might be a real interesting day if I...
Luda, no.
I don't want to put you in harm's way, but I'm also an enthusiast, and I'd like to support. And if there are other TIs that make art, that do any creative endeavors, I'm very interested in connecting on that level as well, because that might be one way to keep ourselves sane and productive and just self-expressing. Right.
And I have to, I use 100%, I've been having trouble, funny thing, I use 100% cotton, and I use excellent quality from Turkey, and we've been having a lot of trouble in this country getting things off ships and into companies and delivered. And for the longest time, I can't get red yarn, red stupid yarn.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I not to have anything with yarn from Turkey. That would be only just my preference. But if there's any other country that you would get yarn from, I'm fine with it. The only country I get yarn from.
Yeah, and believe it or not, they have the best quality. I can use something else. No problem.
Thanks. I'm Armenian. That's one of the reasons.
Okay. No problem.
Oh, I just saw the most wonderful video about Armenian rug making.
Oh,
it was wonderful. The rugs that they've made, the art of, it's such a part of their cultural heritage, the Armenians.
That's what I did in high school.
Did you? Oh my gosh.
That was my job in high school. I ran a huge loom. I used to make 8x10 rugs.
You're kidding.
I was only 15 years old. No, I was taught to do that.
Was that in Lithuania or was that here?
That was here. Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I did to earn my 50 cents an hour when I was in high school.
Yeah, wow, that's amazing, Luda. You're amazing. You do the most amazing things.
I like to learn new things, and I like to play new instruments. I play banjo, guitar, 12-string guitar, and piano.
That's just
2 languages.
You're just...
I think it's
just
being
incredible.
aware. I just like to learn. I love to learn. I never get enough learning. I live and learn, stop living, stop learning. I just want to learn something all the time, especially arts and crafts. Yeah, I also, but I don't like it as well. Knitting, I can be more creative.
Yeah, I agree. I love to paint and do my artwork, and I'm still working on it to
there's a lot of TIs that
get reconnected. My sister's a big my sister's an artist on the like a budding artist. She's really getting her hands into different
What medium
things
does she use?
Encouraging everything. She's trying everything. Every kind of watercolor, oil, acrylic, especially the ink paints. She's gotten into alcohol painting with ink. I have a couple of her paintings in my wall I'm looking at. So she's doing a lot of printing, and she makes paper, which is really interesting. She's making these decorative papers that she turns into individual books, like personal books for people that hold their information, or like it would be like she could turn them in. She would do a book of her paper like she'll take old books apart and then rebind them with her papers, and then you can turn those papers into like a diary, or you can turn them into a scrapbook or whatever. Really kind of cool stuff. So she's getting into everything, and she's been on the go and she's a mom, but her kids have hit mid-teenagehood. So she's got some time on her hands, and she's trying to get back into her self-groove, her own stuff, which is really interesting. So she's working really hard, and she's inspiring to me because I haven't been free to do my artwork in a long time, and I really want to get reconnected and start doing things like that again.
I think without hobbies, this program is far more difficult. When you're busy, you don't think about what's hammering you on the head or destroying your feet or whatever. You're a lot less focused on it. So I think I encourage everybody to do hobbies, even do puzzles. Do something. You don't just wait to be a pigeon on a wire.
Yeah, it's just so unfair. It is. It's just our life. These are our lives to
unfair and tragic.
The best way we can.
Yeah. And the worst part is never any of us signed up for any of this. Never gave anybody permission.
No.
It's all being done against our will. That's the worst part.
Anonymous, is there something you'd like to say?
Yeah, actually, thanks, Lily. A couple of questions. Luda, do you... I missed the contact information. My phone just disconnected by itself when you gave that information.
Lily has my address, and if you contact her, she'll give you my address. I don't have, like I say, my phone and I have no email, and my phone is unreliable.
I understand.
I just found that one relative tried to reach me from over in Europe, and it rang and rang and rang. Now I have an answering machine, so they had it switched to another, their own come to them. So.
I see. Yeah, my calls have been redirected, especially the important ones.
Yeah. So Anonymous and Nina, if you both want to email me, I can email you Luda's address back.
The only problem, Lily, is that a lot of people on these calls for some reason and elsewhere. I mean, I understand why, but you have Gmail accounts, and Gmail scans all their emails, supposedly for marketing purposes. That's the only reason I haven't emailed you guys yet.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you guys have any other email addresses? Or?
I don't.
Okay.
No, I'm
because
sorry.
Google is also in bed with the CIA. I mean, they started a nonprofit with the CIA a long time ago, and I've read more information that indicates that one of the founders was meeting regularly with somebody who might be, involved with the CIA during the development of the company. So.
Yeah.
It's an issue.
They're all crooked. Everything, but they spy on me, so, they're going to have my everything, information, so.
I understand, but Gmail is basically telling you we're spying on you, whereas the other ones you have to legal redress, maybe. I'm not sure. But that's the only reason. The other thing is that I have read, this was some time back, that nutrition, the proper nutrition for plants, especially GMO plants, genetically modified plants, can be returned to legacy strain or heritage strains using something as simple as ocean-derived minerals coming from the ocean water, taking most of the salt out, and high pH or alkaline water, combining those two nutrients. The specific instance was pea plants, and this was in Canada, I think. There was a picture of it on this particular website. Pea plants reverted to heritage strains, which in this case meant a 9-foot-tall plant, and that implies that the DNA reverted back to the God-given form rather than the man-made form. So I wonder if that might be possible for humans, and just as simply, hopefully, I haven't come across the information yet
Our
And
tomato plants grew to be 7 feet. Our tomato plants, we had 8-foot stakes in them.
And where did you grow them? Which part of the country were they grown in?
On Seneca Lake, the Finger Lakes of central New York State. We had a place for 40 years there.
And what is the condition of the soil known to be there?
It was excellent. The whole lake was surrounded by truck farming and grape vineyards. Excellent soil for farming.
Okay.
And
has anyone tried to change GMO back to heirloom?
I never tried that, but I just stay clear of GMO anything. So,
right. So you eat only organic then, Luda?
Yeah. I used to be anything I can grow because we had huge gardens. We fed 15 families from we were basically farmers rather than gardeners. And my dad worked 8 hours a day, 7 days a week in the gardens. And people would come with their baskets all summer, and we fed 15 families from our gardens. So the point is, what we did is we crossed plum tomatoes with beefsteak.
Okay, actually, before we get off, my point wasn't agriculture so much as it was to return. You said your legs were had microwave damage, and that the DNA was also altered. So trying to get it back to the God-given state, something like this, superior nutrition might make the difference where normally grown herbs, because the soil itself, depending on the location, is so hollowed out itself.
But what about sourcing seed that are not modified? There are seed banks or seed starter companies that you can purchase heirloom, non-modified seeds still. I mean, there are places that sell it.
Right. But I was talking specifically about Luda's legs. If you possibly...
I see the connection now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Returning the DNA, despite the microwave damage, back to more normal state.
She's so incredible with her knowledge base of nutrition and everything that I can't imagine there's anything that she's doing
Today,
or not
I
doing.
don't have access to gardens. I live in a building, a standalone building, so I don't have the gardens I once had.
Do you eat organic now, or are you relying on the food supply?
Organic, non-GMO.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, and I don't use sugar. I don't bring sugar into the house. I don't drink soda. I don't do a lot of things that most Americans do.
Okay. But there are some supplements out there that can really reverse even these kind of conditions, I think. It's just a matter of finding them. And they're usually inexpensive, believe it or not. The name of that website was ocean-grown.ca. I don't know if the picture is still there. And the name of the proprietor was Gino Torelli. You might try contacting them. They have a U.S. location, but the U.S. location, because of the cultural difference, doesn't advertise these things so much.
Yeah, like I say, I'm from Europe, and I only know that way of life, and I consider myself a villager. I'm the most educated person in the whole region right now. Yeah. So I was raised.
You probably know everything about herbs, etc.
Yeah, I was raised.
Oh, she does. That's what I mean. Yeah.
And I love to cook and I really use natural, organic herbs. I have a source for that, and I just wish I had more hours in the day, because I know life could even be easier, because even preparation of food takes time, as you know. If you start from scratch, and a lot of things we do with the potato, like potato pudding, it takes 4 or 5 hours to make a dish, but it's very healthy. And beet soup, cold beet soup with kefir. My parents made kefir and all that stuff. So I was raised with kefir, and now it's getting to be a yuppie thing in this country. So I drink a lot of kefir, probiotic. Yeah.
Do you find raw kefir is better than the store brand, of course?
Yes. And I have access to farmers that will give me milk that is not pasteurized or raw milk. And they're not supposed to, and I can't reveal anything about that.
Right.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's true. Raw milk, yeah.
And we always had our own bees. We used to get 100 pounds of honey a year. And depending on where we put the beehives, that's the color. If we had them in the squash area, then the honey was orange. Or yeah, we had we always worked with a lot of honey. I still do eat a lot of honey today.
Yeah, restoring the food supply is essential to restoring the country. And GMO food is one way that they are changing us without our knowledge into something that they want rather than what we're supposed to be. We don't know what this GMO food does to us and how it fits with the pharmaceutical drugs, the microwave weapons, the nuclear energy, all this radiation. We just don't know how all the parts fit together. And the vaccine might be the final, reset switch for them.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that. I don't do that.
Yeah, I don't either, but apparently it jumps from person to person. Crazy stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, the big thing is I'm pretty isolated.
Okay.
I have a circle of friends and very few of them, and they're real friends. My acquaintances hide by. I'm a long distance from them, and I'm doing my best because I agree with you. It's airborne. It's everywhere. It's all kinds of things. Not only this virus.
They're all about pollution, polluting the genome, polluting the planet, etc. Cleaning up that pollution is one of our tasks.
Yeah,
they've hollowed out everything.
Mm-hmm.
If we can, starting a non-GMO or organic garden. By the way, there is a difference between non-GMO and organic these days? Because I see different labels.
Well,
some say non-GMO, some say organic.
Yeah, the labeling. The rules I thought used to be that if it was non-GMO. How do I explain that? It was supposed to be both. If something's organic, it's automatically non-GMO.
Right.
There we go.
At least 95% of it, according to the law.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know.
Yeah. Even organic doesn't mean fully organic.
But we do really need to, unfortunately, close up the call now because I'm starting to fall asleep.
Okay. I'm just starting to wake up.
All right, well, it's 1:40 on the East Coast, and
I know my time's off completely.
Yeah, this has gone way over, but I don't mind keeping the call open as late as I can possibly take it, but I'm whooped.
Yeah, no problem. Wish everybody the best.
I have to
Luda,
change my number,
I
but
will
I'll
be
give you
in
guys
touch
a call.
soon, honey. I've got to send you some stuff I told you about, and I'm glad you reminded me because my head's in, gosh only knows where.
I know everybody's busy. And
we could go on and on about that, but
yeah.
So everybody, I'll see you here next Monday, and thanks for joining the call. Stay strong, and thanks for coming, and
blessings.
I wish this wasn't happening. Yeah, much love to all of you.
Thank you, Lily.
And you're very welcome, Sheila.
Get a good night's sleep. You'll be great in the morning. Then you can go jazz band dancing and polka dancing. You'll be great.
Yeah. All right, guys. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Big hugs and kisses.
Talk soon.
Good night, honey.
Good night.
Night.